Okay. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So last announcement. So from backside, please, you can come a little bit forward to fill the first row in order to make a good order in the cell. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable guests, dear speakers, distinguished participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Welcome to the second day of the 7th World Halal Summit under the theme, New Era, New Normals, the necessity of halal production and consumption. Distinguished participants, before anything, let me to wish to all of you a Juma Mubarak. May Allah Almighty accept all our prayer, and I hope that today's session will be beneficial for all of us. So as a reminder, today we will have a total of 3 sessions, 1 break and Juma prayer Mubarak time. After the first session, we'll have a 15-minute break before to continue with the second session. So after that, we'll have 1 hour and 15 minutes for Juma prayer, then conclude with the last session. So I hope that during this time you will be with us until the end of the day. Saygıdeğer misafirler, kıymetli konuşmacılar, değerli katılımcılar, 7. Dünya Helal Zirvesi'nin 2. güne hepiniz tekrar hoş geldiniz, şeref verdiniz. Bugün toplamda 3 oturum, 1 ara ve 1 cuma namazı vaktimiz olacak. İlk oturumdan sonra 15 dakikalık bir ara, sonrasında ikinci oturumla devam edeceğiz. Onun sonrasında 1 saat, yaklaşık 1 saat 15 dakikalık bir cuma namazı aramız olacak. Ondan sonra ise 3. oturumla bugün günümüzü tamamlayacağız. Distinguished participants, now the session 3 on food production technologies in halal point of view 1 is starting. I would like to invite on the stage the session moderator, Assistant Professor Can Turk from Lokman Hekim University Halal Product Application and Research Center here in the Republic of Turkey. Professor, welcome. So after him, so the speakers, the following speakers are kindly pleased to join us on the stage also. First, Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaushir from International University of Malaysia. Welcome, Professor. Dr. Mian Riaz, IFNCA, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America, Professorship in Food Diversity from Texas University from United States of America. Welcome. Dr. Barbara Ruiz Hayat Befarano, Director of Halal Academy in Halal Academy Escuela from Spain. Dr. Barbara, I think she will join us soon. Dr. Ali Fanous from Halal Control in Germany. Welcome, Doctor. And last, Dr. Mehmet Demirci from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He will join us soon also. So, dear Misters, welcome once again. Mr. Can Turk, we can start our session. Thank you.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session 3 of 7th Halal Summit, titled Food Production Technologies in Halal Point of View, which will continue with session 4 as well. Okay, I'm Can Turk from Lokman Hekim University, a moderator of this session. But we also have 5 valuable speakers with notable and important research and studies in the field of halal food. Dear speakers, you will have 15 minutes for your presentations. After that, I will give you 3 minutes for questions and answers after everybody finished. Let's move to the first speaker, which will be Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaushir from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor has published more than 180 scientific papers in international and national journals, contributed to 35 book chapters, as well as presenting more than 250 research presentations in international conferences. Today he will speak about the food for future and challenge in halal traceability. You're welcome, sir.
This is next.
This is forward, this is back.
This is first.
Forward.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi rasulillah ajma'in. Thank you very much, Professor, our moderator. And I would like to first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for kindly inviting me to this event, World Halal Summit 2021. Today, my topic is my name is Irwandi Jaswir. I'm currently attached to International Institute for Halal Research and Training, International Islamic University, Malaysia. My topic today is food for future and the importance of halal traceability, what our challenges, what our obstacles, and then what we should do in order to overcome all the obstacles. This is the outline of my presentation. I will start with the innovation in halal research, and then what is future food, halal food forensic, and finally concluding remarks. As we know that Islam is has a very holistic concept about halal. Yeah, in Islam, halal is 100%. No such 99% halal or 95% halal or 50% halal. If it is halal, it must be 100% from A to Z, from farm to plate, from source of origin till storage and distribution. And we know that in every step of this, there is possibility for non-halal contamination. For example, during the slaughtering house, whether the slaughtermen are practicing Muslim or not. So we have to check. And then during the processing, whether there is a cross-contamination or not. And the ingredient additive, more than 500, 600 types of food ingredients are normally used by food industries. And some of them are very, very doubtful and critical in that sense. And also the storage, transportations, especially nowadays during the pandemic, where mode of delivery of the food is also quite different, where normally we come to the supermarket and buy our food materials, but nowadays the food comes to you, come to our house. And then what about the supply chains from the A to Z? Yeah. My concern is always about the research. Why we are lacking this far, yeah, so far? Because most of our researchers do not do comprehensive research on halal. Yeah, we are lacking in that sense, yeah, especially for researchers from Muslim countries. Yeah. This is, I got this data in Malaysia. Malaysia is one of the example of the Muslim countries. And then when we see this, the research innovation capability and linkages to the industry, Malaysia got only 21% of the research linked to the industry. as compared to Korea, for example, 81%, Japan 73%, etc. What does it mean? It means that our research has not yet linked to the industry, including halal industry in here. So without proper research activities, I'm sure that the challenges, especially for future food, will be problematic to us later on. We have to include and adopt future technologies enablers. Yeah, to me, I obtained this from the 10 top technology enablers that I extracted from a World Halal patent. This is the trend in the 30 to 50 years in the future. And 6 of that is related to IT. And if we would like to have a strong halal industry, I think we need to adopt this technology. Nanotechnology must be included in halal industry. IT, blockchain technology, big data, etc. At the moment, most of the Muslim countries are lacking of this. The trend of in authentication and traceability also similar. Yeah, I got these 3. Number 1 is data science. Big data must be there. Some of the countries already included, but most of the Muslim countries not yet there. Number 2 is device for halal rapid tests. And not all the consumers of the halal products able to bring the sample and analyze the sample in the lab. And even though they got the data, they do not know how to interpret the data. So we have to come up with devices that can be used for halal rapid detections, that can be used by normal and ordinary persons. Number 3 is halal authentication of products in digital platform. So this is the new trend in halal industry. What about future foods? Recently we were upset by news, perhaps, yeah, that now even the meat can be grown in the lab. And Singapore has produced this. So when it comes to the future foods, a lot of challenges we have to face in the future. For example, what about this insect? What about the lab-grown meat, for example? And other things that now if you see in the journal, halal, in the food journals, we can see all those products. And it is not similar to what we have consumed in the past. And for this, I think we need to do research, and our scientists need to contribute to the fatwa. Otherwise, the society, the Muslim consumer would be in the problem. For example, recently I produced this book and published in Indonesia, and Indonesia import a lot of food ingredients from other countries. Gelatin, for example, we know that about 90% of gelatin in the world market is not halal. Flavors, we have various types of flavors that the materials are still doubtful. Oleoresins, seasonings, enzyme. This is another critical ingredients in halal industry. Food colorants, antioxidants, emulsifiers, yeah. Because most of emulsifiers are derived from very cheap fat, and then among them are a lot. Anti-foaming agent, anti-caking agent, humectant, glazing agent, etc. So this is just a very, very simple example that we very much depend on the import products. And when we import the products, and we are not sure whether the products halal or not. This is the reason why research and development, also innovation in halal authentication and also traceability becomes very, very much important. Recently in Malaysia, I think 2 years ago, we got a problem where the meat that we import from one country and mix up in the supply chains with a non-halal meat. In the end, the product that comes to Malaysia is not halal. So, and then it was thought that it's been there for many, many years. So the halal authentication and halal traceability becomes very, very much important now. So this is what the research that we have done in our laboratory using infrared spectroscopy, for example, electronic nose technology, differential scanning, calorimetry, PCR for DNA analyzer, chromatography, and also biopotential telemetry for animal products. This is just an example that we can differentiate between halal animal and non-halal animal. And this is a PCR that we use for our halal authentication. And then one of the, we can see here how a chicken and beef can be differentiated from a pork. And we published our findings in one of the I think top journal, Food Control, this Q1 journal in 2017, based on the technology that we developed using PCR. We also conducted a study to compare alcohol and khamar. According to fatwa by Majlis Ulama Indonesia, industrial ethanol derived from petrochemical pathway is allowable up to 0.5%, and as long as it is not detectable in the final products. And we compare with khamar, which is zero tolerance, meaning that khamar is alcoholic beverages and that it is not acceptable at all. And then we use gas chromatography GC12, and then we can differentiate between industrial ethanol and khamar. Next is the digital platform. This is the new trend in technology that we need to adopt for our halal industry. For example, this is Aladdin Group in Malaysia. They already invested a lot and developed an e-commerce platform for halal dedicated products. And 2017, 2018, they even sponsored Manchester United. This is, I think, the richest sporting club in the world. So what are the challenges in halal authentication? Number one is we need to adopt current and high-end technology, such as blockchain and big data. Number two, I agreed yesterday's talk that I think you need to unify the halal standard. At the moment, we have a lot of halal standards, and then it gets confusion to our customers. And finally, I would like to welcome all the manuscript for all of you who are here today, and to submit your manuscript to our own journal, International Journal of Halal Research at www.ijhalal.org. And this is one of our innovations that already commercialized, immune booster, that we developed during the pandemic. We already use Malaysian local sources, herbs, and natural products. I think that's what I can share today. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thanks for taking time and reminding us one of the fundamental rules, absolute halal, 100% halal. So now time to move to the second speaker, Dr. Mian Riaz from Texas A&M University. Currently, he teaches a course on religious and ethic food at Texas A&M University to food science and nutrition majors. His research focused on processing food using different technologies, and he has given more than 500 talks in 60 different countries. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for the opportunity and hopefully I see some more participants join us here. I'm going to talk about, if I can figure it out. Yes. What's the question is about cosmetics? What's the issue with that? And I'll be talking about some of that backgrounds and some of the challenges, some of the guidelines that you can follow in order to make it halal cosmetics, and some of that, hidden things that we are not really aware of that, which goes into cosmetics, and then we will conclude that one. Everybody know that the market for the halal cosmetics worldwide, and you find different figures, and one of the figures I was able to find is around 20 billions. And this is not only for the Muslim consumer, and it is going into the mainstream population as well. And people, even non-Muslims, are looking into it because they feel like this is more safe, hygienic, and also it is more clean, and they look into that one. Also, if you look into the trends, you will find it from 2014 to 2022, there's a lot of growth in that halal cosmetics, and most of the growth was in, you can see, Asia Pacific, then after that is in the Middle East, and then, of course, some other countries. Therefore, it is a growing trend where everybody looking for that halal cosmetics. Let's talk about some background. There are 2.4 billion consumers for the halal cosmetics, but however, the demands still not met because most of the production of the cosmetics is under the hand of non-Muslims who do not understand the rules and regulation about halal cosmetics. And of course, some of their production may not conform with that halal requirements, especially on religious base and some other. But you will see that the growth is there, mostly production by non-Muslims, and there's not really any halal cosmetics. Muslim women value beauty just like other women, and simultaneously, Muslim women require the choice of beauty product being the line with the halal requirements. Therefore, they are not different than any other non-Muslim. They all follow the same. And if you go back around 15 to 20 years, you will not see that much literature or information about halal cosmetics. Halal was not the word in the dictionary in that cosmetic area. Today, it's very influential elements of the industry, but there are still a lot of misconception about halal cosmetics. What are these? If you look into the US, where I come from, actually 1 in 4 know nothing about Islam, and also 58% do not know any Muslim. Therefore, their misconception is that Muslims, the halal is related to meat and also cruelty to the animals, and it is for them, not for us. And there are the misconceptions, and that's why we have not gone there. The term halal cosmetic simply satisfies the skin and soul. Remember that. It's not only for the skin, it's also for the soul. It does not contain any ingredients that come from non-halal animals, and also it's manufactured and produced in the clean environment, and that's why you satisfy your soul. Also, if you look into that, halal cosmetics cannot be just encapsulated that we are getting only halal ingredients only, but also it's associated with value. It's associated with ethics. And halal branding lies with emotional. A consumer who is using halal cosmetics will always go to their values. They always go to the relationship with that company. They know they are caring the environment, and also know most of the young generations, all that people are growing there, they are more into, we call it eco-ethicals. They are more concerned about how this product was made, where it was made, what is the sustainability issue, is that eco-friendly, what was the packaging, what's the fair trade, is that made on the clean environment, is it organic, non-toxic? They are concerned for everything. Therefore, this is the new trend you see in the Muslim as well. They are looking for fastest the eco-ethicals, and here are a few examples that. That means they want to know if I'm using this cosmetic, they were not tried on that other animals. They're cruelty-free. There's no any extractions or exploration done from the animals to get all the ingredients. That's one of the issues. They see it all the times when they get to the halal cosmetics. Also, new generations very careful about the environment. They think that, is that recyclable? Is it reusable? What's the carbon footprint? If you look over there in the US, every food has to have a carbon footprint. How much carbon you're going to produce when you're going to make that product. Also, you see the new trends, corporations' social responsibility, fair trade, no exploitation of the people. They don't want to have forced labor to be used in order to get the ingredients for the halal cosmetic as well. And also on the top of that, the product is not only halal, it's tayyiban. And similarly in the food, we need to make sure that our cosmetic is also follow the same rules. That means the wholesome, it's good, it's healthy, it's safe, it's clean. When you look in the dictionary, what's the wholesome meaning is, you will find it that it's helping to keep your body healthy. Good for your health, good for your mind. That's what it is, that you have to have a wholesome product. It's not only it's from the halal ingredients, but also it has to have a wholesome product there as well. What that means, wholesome? That means not harming the body. That means some natural organic formulation free from the harmful ingredients. But if you look on this picture there, you can see that there are average 15 chemicals in the shampoo, 26 chemicals in the eye shades and lipsticks, so you can find all the numbers there. Therefore, there are quite a few different chemicals that we are using in the cosmetics. If these chemicals are wholesome or safe for the human, that's the question. And this is just, you will find that toxic chemicals that found in different of that the cosmetics, from shampoos to that deodorant to sunscreen. These are different names of the chemicals. If you look at their harmful effect, for example, in the nail polish, toluene, that can have a respiratory toxic. You can make the halal product, halal cosmetics, but if you use it and you have a toxicity, it's going to affect your health. Is that the halal and tayyiban? No. Similarly, if you see the lead, which is a lot of people use in that retards the growth. Therefore, you don't want to be used, say that this is also tayyiban. Similarly, asbestos, which is banned, you still find a lot of cosmetics. Therefore, this is the issue that also currently all the Muslim consumers are looking into it, that we want these things free, wholesome, that we don't want any of these things that can have an issue with that. There's a lot of studies done which clearly demonstrated that when you use these cosmetics on your skin, it will absorb into your body. What that means it's not on some of the petrochemical as well, that's not only harmful to the environment, but it is also harmful to your body. It's going to penetrate into your body once you use that one as well. And of course, there is a lot of sensitivities now. You find it, skin sensitivities and allergies in the world because of these toxics which is present in the cosmetics. Halal cosmetics should not contain any of these toxic, because these are the ones which will create your allergies and issue a lot of health issue with that one. Therefore, what are other challenges? There are thousands of technicals and patent name of these chemicals, which ulama will not understand. A religious scholar will not understand when you say, okay, we need to get halal certification. Let's the religious person have no idea the name of the technical. You have to look into the dictionary. You have to have a scientist, a person who have a background degree into it, to look all the chemical, what are the sources are. This is not a job for the ulama to look into all the chemicals, names, and find out how they are derived and how they are made. Other challenges also, natural sources. Every time you say, okay, this is a natural source. For information, natural source often means they can be from vegetable source, but they also can be from animal source. Therefore, it does not mean when you see the ingredients natural source, they are considered as that. And I just put here the list of different chemicals, one of that cosmetics, and you can see there, they are waters, oils, surfactant, polymers, organic, solvent, colorant, protein, vitamins, plant extract. How would a religious person will understand where the protein was derived? How would a person will understand how the antioxidant was made? Therefore, there's a lot of complexity in these ingredients. And then on the top of that, there are a lot of ingredients that derive from the animals that goes into that. You will find that there are a lot of different things that have driven from the animals, but it's not commonly known, that one. And you will find this is there. And some of them is a mixture of different ingredients put together, where they have some of the ingredients come from the animal as well. There's other challenges comes in, that there's some ingredients derived from the microorganism. And then what kind of media they use in the microorganism to grow that, where they extracted the animal enzyme, other enzymes. Therefore, basically, we need to go on the background to see what media was used, how their microorganism was grown, and how they were extracted. Of course, we also have issue with the GMO, and of course, as long as the genetic materials are halal, they are okay, but we need to identify, we need to traceability-wise find out what was the source of that one. And of course, most common ingredients we use that is also driven from the agriculture-based commodities, and we want to make sure unless the material, genetic material is halal, there are some concern for that to be used in the halal cosmetics. The other challenge lately came up, biotechnology. I think our first speaker gave a very good talk, the future of the food, which he mentioned about a lot of different sources. And this is the things which we were facing, that there is a lot of challenges for that stem cells coming up, which we use in some of that toners, some of the cosmetics. How these cells are driven, how they are grown, that are used in the cosmetics industry. And that is very big issue for the halal cosmetic as well. Stem cell should be origin from botanical origin, and then of course you have to follow the background, the status, where this is coming from, and who will understand how this stem was derived. I think you need a lot of technical skills, a lot of scientists to understand if some cosmetic industry is using this cell, how they are growing it, where this is coming from. And that's why it is important that most of the certifying body have to have a lot of different scientists, chemists, people understand the process, that where they are driving all that cells that will be used into the cosmetics. And you have to have a traceability documentation to see where this cell was grown. Also, halal cosmetics used for all kind of consumer, and they have to have very strict halal processing steps, where we want to make sure there's no any non-halal ingredients are used. And you will see there are a lot of different animal sources and non-halal sources. And I have like 20 different slides which I pull out when I was told you have only 20 minutes to show you some of the ingredients. But I put maybe 1 or 2 slides. One is there's a website called Sustainable Swine Resources. Go and look for that. They believe this is the best gift from the nature that has given to this mankind, where we can use this one to get all that ingredients that can be used in that one. And I'm sure everybody knows how the gelatin is made. And there's some of the things you can get directly from that animals too. I highlighted them. Some of the things that deodorant, shaving creams, cream and lotions go there, brushes, shampoo, conditioner, that's all driven from the animals too. And then, of course, there are a lot of other ingredients which we're not sure where they're coming from. Therefore, we need to find out each status of each of the ingredients, where the sources are, if they are stem cell, if they are microbes, if they are animal source, all that, where they're coming from. Then it's not ends only here. The next challenge is that where you are producing these things, are you following the principle of halal production? Do you have a GMP? Do you have an ISO? You have a halal management system we talked about yesterday. Do you have these guidelines to produce these also cosmetics as well? they must be in place. Also, processing aid, we have to be very careful what kind of processing aid we are using it, what kind of packaging material we are using it, what kind of facility we are using it, even though using animal glue or not, what kind of facility is that? Facility has to be dedicated facility, clean facility that follow halal guidelines. Therefore, in my opinion, the halal certification for cosmetics still in their infancy stage. There are not many halal standards manufacturers can get easily. They don't know yet where to start, where to end. There's a global scarcity of guiding documents regarding to halal cosmetics. There's no yet halal, I published 2 halal books. There's no book for halal cosmetics. There's no book yet, guidelines for the industry to follow A to Z, how they're going to make this cosmetic product. Therefore, they need a lot of information for the industry who want to start halal cosmetics. Also, it is nobody have yet, which I might seen it, I have heard some.
Dr. Riaz, your time is over.
Okay, just last slide. Okay. You will see that there is very little experience in technical knowledge, and you can get very easy chicken, but not that one. Therefore, you follow these guidelines, and you want to make sure that you get all the ingredients correctly, and of course, find this one. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. And if you have any question, we maybe talk later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Riaz, for your interesting presentation focused on a rapidly growing era, cosmetic halal. So now time to listen to Dr. Barbara Hayat Ruiz Bejarano, hopefully I pronounced it well, Director of the Halal Academy from Spain. Dr. Barbara Ruiz is honorary professor at the UNESCO University of Alicante, Chair Islam Culture and Society. Today she will talk about the halal animal welfare in Europe.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I hope I'm going to get this right. Yeah, I got it right. Okay, good morning. Today I wanted to present a topic that's been growing in importance in Europe, and it's the question of labeling halal products. Something went wrong here. Okay, well, please note my new email address, because if you want the document I'm going to discuss, you can ask me and I will forward it to you. So the question of animal welfare is growing in importance in Europe, and there are some points which I will call controversies that are being discussed by different actors in Europe. Some are the lobbies behind animal rights groups, and others are the parliamentary authorities of the European Union. Some of them are promoting the ideas of the far right, and this whole movement is clearly going to impose some difficulties for halal production in Europe. So the first question is the concept of animal welfare. Animal welfare is very ambiguous, and the question is, what is the extent of animal welfare? Are we going to continue consuming animals, or should we stop, as the vegan movement is suggesting? So in the European Union Functioning Treaty, there is a specific article gathering information about the question of animal welfare. And what it says is that animals are sentient beings, and they deserve to be treated with welfare in a humane manner, so to avoid causing unnecessary pain or suffering. And also, in the Islamic perspective, if you have a look at our texts, animal welfare is also a matter of importance, because we have a hadith saying Allah has prescribed proficiency in all things. So if you kill well. It means do not make the animal suffer. Be ready to do your duty, but do it correctly. So we have here that animal welfare is of concern for both Muslims and the European Union authorities, but we will see now how this matter is developing. So the second issue here is stunning. As you know, stunning has been under debate in many forums, but the problem we have now in the European Union is that there is a current to try to limit non-stun slaughtering, right? So there are two different things happening here in Europe at the moment. We have, at national level, many countries banning non-stun halal slaughtering. And also, if you look at the second paragraph, we have a ruling from the European Court of Justice that says meat from animals slaughtered without stunning cannot bear the European logo for organic, which means Muslims are, excluded from either producing or consuming organic meat if it has been slaughtered without prior stunning. So this trend, these two last developments are clearly limiting or hindering non-stun halal slaughtering in Europe. It is also affecting kosher slaughtering, and I have to say that the Jewish community is much, much better than us when it comes to lobbying the authorities in Europe. Actually, we don't have any authority representing Muslims in Europe, which is something I have been suggesting the OSCE to do, to create a joint group or some workforce or something to, be able to follow up and lobby the developments in Europe. Okay. So at the moment, and look who's gathering this information, these are the animal rights groups that are following very closely how they manage to be banning halal more and more. The latest country to join this group is Greece, but as you can see, in some countries of Europe already, non-stun halal slaughtering is already banned. And this is going on. So, and we are not doing actually anything at all about this. So we have to be aware of the problem. This is the other question I wanted to discuss today, the labeling issue. Now, some years ago, there was a report commissioned by the European Commission about how to label animals. Do we need to include the killing method and the stunning method in the labels of meat we buy in the supermarket? This was the question. So the reason for this report, and you have the text in red, is this. Concerns have been raised that mainly for economic reasons, animals are slaughtered without pre-stunning in excessive numbers. Now, the lobbies pushing for this idea, what they are saying is that a lot of the meat we are producing in Europe is non-stunned before slaughtering. What they mean really is there is an excess of halal meat. What's going on here, right? So the second important thing of this document is this. Part of this production may be then released to the secular market, and I will underline secular here, market, where it may be purchased unwillingly by consumers, some of them possibly preferring to avoid such meat. So this is the assumption of a group lobbying the European Commission saying Muslims are actually getting control of the meat market. We have a lot of halal meat in the market, non-stunned before slaughtering, and we are being forced to eat this meat. So this is the assumption. And then the European Commission reacted and commissioned this study. And these are some of the findings. So the results is that the main purchase criteria for buying meat in the supermarket is presentation and durability in 66% of the respondents, and price. So only 2% of meat purchases cited production method as the most important purchase criterion, and only 1% cited a religious consideration, and only 1% mentioned general animal welfare considerations. So this assumption that people are being forced to eat halal, and halal is, like flooding the market, is totally false. It's just an alarmist excuse to put pressure on the Commission. Let's have a look at the second one. For most consumers, information on pre-slaughtering stunning is not an important issue. I mean, most consumers in Europe, when you ask them, they have no idea how the meat arrived in the supermarket. And they don't care. And third thing, information on the method of stand is not relevant to the vast majority of consumers in terms of providing a purchase decision criterion. And then the European Commission came out with this conclusion. Such labeling would carry a high risk for stigmatizing religious communities, especially in the present political context, and given the findings above that consumers have little understanding of the slaughtering process. I don't know if you're aware of this report, but if you're not aware of this report, you have to understand that there are pressure groups in Europe forcing the European Commission to put more and more limits on halal production and probably on halal consumption. Right, so what's the main problem here is that the Jewish are very good lobbying the Commission, and actually if we are kind of protected and have some cushion, of safety in halal production in Europe, is because we have very powerful Jewish lobbyists in Europe, but we don't have anybody representing Muslims. So the point is that OIC is not engaging with the European Union, and we have 50 million Muslims living in Europe, and we have a lot of production, a lot of halal products being produced in the European Union and then exported to OIC countries. So the problems we have identified the problems, but we need some solutions, right? So if we don't have some action from the OIC, we will have serious limitations for trade. For example, Denmark is no longer trading in halal. They cannot produce it anymore. So if we continue like this, there will be no European products in any OIC supermarket. Second thing, the image of Muslims and Islam continues to be tarnished with adjectives such as cruel or inhumane, because it's not only the question of stunning, the question of animal welfare, no. The question is Muslims are cruel, Muslims are, inhumane. And the third thing they never said, but it's like Muslims are terrorists. We still have the stigma, and we're not doing anything at all to change this perception. Third thing, if we don't do anything, the third thing will happen will be a limitation on the right to halal food on European soil, which means Muslims, it doesn't matter we are Europeans, we will always be regarded and considered as foreigners. So if we don't do anything, this will continue to go in this way. And four, and this is very important, we don't have proper scientific studies about pain. It's very difficult to measure pain at the time of slaughtering, even if we want to measure the pain when an animal is stunned. You know the stunning methods? Some of you know, you are scientists, one of the stunning methods is hitting the animal in the head. I mean, that has to be painful. How come slaughtering is painful and stunning is not painful? Are we saying anything about this? We're not saying anything about this. We should have more studies. So to conclude, halal slaughtering is in danger in Europe and by extension halal production, so we have to be careful about that. And also, it continues to project negative perceptions about Muslims in Europe, and by extension, Muslims anywhere in the world. So there's some dangers there. Recommendations. OIC institutions must take action and promote or sponsor first scientific studies on animal slaughtering, on stunning, because we have to counteract these discourses with facts, with scientific evidence. What you are saying is right or is not right. Here is the evidence, right? These are just claims by animal rights groups, but we are not reacting and we are not presenting and defending our position. Second, we need more dialogue with Europe. I mean, OIC is like, yeah, Europe is there, America is there, Australia is there, but we are in a global world. We need to have more, a better flow of ideas and contacts. We do not have it. Now, we cannot act in European courts. When this court decision banning halal meat from being labeled as organic, we couldn't react. We don't have the means to go to the European Supreme Court to to prove, that this is a false claim. We don't have the information, we don't have scientific proof, we don't have money to hire lawyers. So European Muslims, we're totally, lost here. We cannot defend our ideas here. Also, I suggested inviting European authorities to OIC meetings, technical meetings, this event, for example. We don't have anybody from Europe here. We never invited them. They're not going to come, if we don't invite them. Harmonization of the standards is really a good initiative of SAMIC. We have always supported it because it will facilitate trade, understanding, technical issues. So we continue to support this, and I know the European Union is supporting this idea. They cannot officially do it, but off the record they do it. So we should continue with the harmonization process. And then the difficulties in establishing dialogue with Muslims is because we do not have one single authority or one single country to support Muslims in Europe. In the case of Jewish, it's very simple. They do have a state to support them. They do have a good organization. We do not. So we have to start thinking about doing something about it. We do not need a state. But if OIC wants to create a group, a pressure group or an engagement group to work in Europe, we're ready to help. We have all the contacts, we're ready to help, and I think we need to act fast. And that's all from me. So if you want these reports and all these documents, I'm very happy to provide them to you. And please, follow up this issue. I think it's really worrying for us. Thank you so much. Masalam.
Okay, I would like to thank you, Dr. Barbara, for your informative presentation, and I'm totally agree with you mentioning OIC countries must be aware of currents and movements that try to criminalize halal slaughtering. Now it's time to listen to Dr. Ali Fanus, our fourth speaker from Germany. He's a food technologist and manager of the audit and certification unit at Halal Control GmbH in Germany. And he will talk about the system manufacturing from a halal perspective.
So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, in my presentation, I would like to give you a general view or general idea about the cysteine manufacturing from a halal perspective. So, my name is Ali Fanus from Halal Control in Germany, our certification body, which is located in Germany, and I am the manager of the certification unit. So, start here the main points in my presentation. Just the first point is here the structure and the properties of cysteine, and also there are many applications for cysteines, for example, in food sector, pharmaceutical products, cosmetics, and also in animal feed. The last point is here the cysteine manufacturing or production methods. There are three main manufacturing processes. So we'll start here with the with the cysteine. Cysteine is amino acid which is found in most proteins in very small amount. But cysteine is unique because it has a thiol group, and if two cysteine moleculars they are contains in they are react with itself to form an oxidized dimer by formation disulfide bond, and we have here a cysteine. So regarding here the application of cysteine in the food sector, cysteine is used widely, especially here in bakery industry as a food additive. for the flour, and cysteine can here actually reduce the thickness of the protein gluten and facilitate also the kneading of dough. Cysteine is very important also in the flavor industry, especially here to produce meat flavor. So in cosmetic areas, owing to the fact that cysteine can break disulfide bonds in keratin. So in this case, it can be used here to, for example, for some products, for example, here shampoo, or for the anti-aging and skincare products. In pharmaceutical field, cysteine is also used as a medicine in the cough medicine, and also is be used in as a remedy for some against toxicity of the alcohol. Cysteine is also used as an additive, especially here for feed for animals, because the animals can't produce or can't synthesize this amino acid. It means the amino acid cysteine must be added in the feed, especially here for the wool industry, wood industry, wool industry. So there are here three methods to produce cysteine. The first one is here, the traditional method is the keratin hydrolysate. So the raw materials which are used in the production, there are here the pig bristles, human hairs, and also the feathers. Can see, have a look about the production process, or see the flow chart. It's actually easy process, not so complicated. Start here with the washing of the raw materials, extraction by using hydraulic acid, and after that there are here many filtration steps to have pure cysteine. So this method has advantage. It's very cheap method because the raw materials are cheap, and also for example here 1 ton of hair yields about 100 kilograms from cysteine. There are here many disadvantages, so we need here a huge amount of hydraulic acid, and also the final product, the cysteine, has unpleasant odor. In addition here, some people, they don't like to have this kind of cysteine in the food, especially here Muslims and Jews, and also some vegetarian and vegan people. So there are here other methods. It's here the fermentation. It's here a new method, and the advantage of this method that the final product cysteine is very pure, and it's here pharma and food grade. So the microorganism Escherichia coli has been genetic modified and can produce cysteine. So the production of cysteine, or the Escherichia coli, can produce the cysteine in 2 steps. The first step is here, the usage of L-serine as substrate, and you can get it here from the fermentation media. And the second step is here by the help of acetyl coenzyme A, so it can activate this and accelerate this process. So, see a general idea about the fermentation. We start here for the preparation of fermentation media, or the growth media. Of course, the growth media or fermentation media must have here essential elements for the microorganism. Second step is here the cultivation or the fermentation, from the small fermenter, seed fermenter, to the main fermenter or bioreactor. And the last step is here the downstream, by using here centrifugation and also filtration. So now regarding halal, they are here in this process, there are many critical points. The first one is here the growth media or fermentation media itself. Second is here some enzymes can be used also in the preparation of this growth media. Some processing aids which are haram or questionable materials, and also genetic modified microorganisms. We start here with the growth media or fermentation media. You see that this fermentation media could contain questionable materials or haram materials, for example, gelatin, meat extract, for example, enzymatic digest of protein. It could be also animal protein. So there are many haram and questionable materials. So enzymes can be also used here for the preparation of growth media. Can be also from animal sources, for example, trypsin, pepsin from swine, and they are used widely also in the growth media or fermentation media production. So next point is here also, you can see some processing aids during the fermentation, for example, anti-foaming agents or some activated carbons. They could also, they can be also obtained from animal sources. For example, here activated carbon can be produced or obtained from the animal bones, or anti-foaming agents such as fatty acids or lard from pork. So the last point here regarding halal critical points in the fermentation is the genetic modified microorganism. So we have to check exactly if the microorganism have been genetic modified, and some genetic materials from pork have been also used in this process. So the last production method for the cysteine is here enzymatic bioconversion. Some microorganisms, for example, here Pseudomonas, can use chemical materials such as DLATC. This material is it's simple, or it's easy to produce this material in laboratory, and it can be used as a substrate for the Pseudomonas to produce here cysteine. So you can see here. So start here from this material, from this chemical material DLATC, and the microorganism Pseudomonas can use this material as a substrate to produce cysteine. This material has, of course, advantage because we can produce a big amount of cysteine, and we can also save the energy. It's here about the process or the bioconversion of this chemical material DATC to the cysteine. So also during here the manufacturing, so the Pseudomonas needs also some selection media or fermentation media, and we can, as you see here, there are many critical or questionable materials which can be used also in this fermentation media. For example, here glycerin, yeast extract, peptone, for example, it could be also from animal sources here, meat extract, beef extract, for example. So there are here many questionable material. So finally here, cysteine is important amino acid. There are many manufacturing methods for cysteine, but the cysteine which is produced by using human hair and pork or swine bristles is used widely in food sector and also other sectors because it's cheap, and also for example here China is the biggest producer for this cysteine. There are also other methods, for example, by using fermentation or biotechnology, but the cysteine which is produced by this method is still expensive, and it's used just only for the pharmaceutical products. So for this reason, we have to be careful when we check, or when we have cysteine in our food, we have to check here, and we have to know also the source of cysteine, because cysteine can be a critical material regarding halal. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you can ask us after the section. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for finishing your presentation in time. And that's very interesting to hear from you that now we are able to produce this important cysteine from bacterial sources. And now it's time to listen to our last presenter, Mr. Dr. Mehmet Demirci from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He is currently working on a technique agent, actually therapeutic agents from an endemic plant that could be an alternative to chemical drugs used in hyperglycemia treat. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor. Selamun Aleyküm. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before starting the presentation, I would like to thank the scientific committee for accepting our proposal and giving us the chance to present here. And also, I would like to thank my advisor, Professor Dr. Hasan Yetim, who is the inspiration for this particular topic. So as the moderator kindly said, the topic will be insect-based proteins, and the outline will be like edible insects, their production processes, their food applications, and health concerns towards edible insects, and also their halal status. Inshallah, this will be our outline. So before getting into main topics, actually the first question come to mind is why edible insects? So edible insects is increasing its popularity day by day. As you can see, as industrially, their market size is estimated to reach 4.63 billion in 2027. And also with the increasing popularity in industry, also academical interest is increased. As you can see, in last 10 years, the numbers of publication about insects is increased a lot, actually, we can see in here. So actually, why people consume an insect? To understand this topic, we need to mention a little bit about the proteins as well. So as we know, proteins, they are complex macromolecules, and they have a lot of functions in our body. So as we know, they are joining chemical reactions, they are supporting muscles, they are helping tissue growth and cell repair. And also, our dietary protein sources mainly comes from animal-based, plant-based, and also we have dairy-based, and also the other sources. So if we can produce animal and plant-based, then why people try to make us consume insect or insect-based proteins? So there are some reasons why insect-based proteins become so popular across the globe. So the first reason is the overpopulation. So the world population is estimated to reach 9.2 billion in 2000 or by 2050. So with the increase in population, also industrial development and environmental damage worsened the farmable lands and clean water sources. Thus, the production of animal and plant-based foods is getting more complex or getting more challenging every day, like throughout the world. So in addition to overpopulation and also industrial damage and also economical concerns, the greenhouse gas emissions caused by livestock animals and poultry motivated the academical and industrial researchers to find new ways for alternative protein sources. So there are some approaches for alternative protein sources. The first one is lab-grown meat. It's also known as like in vitro meat or cultured meat, we can say. So the other one is microbiological meat. So we can obtain proteins from fungi or algae. And also the last one is insect-based proteins, and this is our topic, as you know. So the second question is consume an insect a new concept? Actually, it's not a new concept. So consume an insect also known as entomophagy, is a traditional diet practiced by over 2 billion people in 3 different continents. And also, they are consuming more than 2,000 insects. And why these people choosing consume an insect? Of course, insects, they have their chemical composition consists of 4 main chemical compounds. And also, as you can see in here, proteins are the major one in their body. And also, their proteins digestibility or insect protein is really good. It is higher than plant-based, but lower than animal-based. And also, their body has fats, carbohydrates, and also some micronutrients like minerals and vitamins. So that's why people are consuming insects. And also, like researchers and industry, they can see this is an alternative way for protein sources. So are these people consuming all the insects? No, actually, they are consuming 8 types of insects. These are the main types of insects people are consuming around the world. So before getting into production process, harvesting is also important in the edible insect production. So traditionally, people are harvesting insects from the wild. They were gathering from the trees, they were gathering from like the caves, like the rivers, they were gathering from the outside. So after involving the industry, of course, the harvesting system also changed. Industry domesticated 3 different insects. So right now, there are some insect farms for this. And also, the most traditional way to consume insects is cooking, because this is a traditional diet. So they were cooking, they were roasting, they were boiling before consuming the insect. Of course, industrial process has changed this step. So there are many methods right now for obtaining proteins from insect, but the most common one or the well-known one is the wet fractionation. So in this method, there are several steps. So first, they are homogenizing the insect in water, and after adjusting pH and temperature, they are adding enzyme for better extraction proteins. After that, of course, you need to inactivate the enzyme and centrifugation, and you will have protein isolate, or you can have protein flour, we can say. And also, there are some new methods like high hydrostatic pressure or pulse electrical field or cold plasma for specific protein extraction. And also, these new methods, they can obtain or they can extract protein in really short time, and they can extract like specific amino acids as well. So for the food application, of course, the worst thing or the downside of food-based food application is the consumer acceptance. All the publication is telling the same or similar thing, because they cannot find people who can try foods containing insects. But there are some studies, of course, like I said, these are really common in some Asia or South Africa or South America, and there are some studies or there are some products about foods containing insects. So they mostly use in meat products, bakery products, snacks, and some protein bars. Actually, insect-based protein is like the regular protein, like soy protein or whey protein. They have the same ability. Insect-based proteins, they have also gelling ability, foaming ability, or they have emulsifying ability. So that's why people are using insect-based protein instead of the other sources like soy or whey protein. Besides insects, they are really good source for nutrients like proteins, fat, or carbohydrates. There are some health concerns towards them, because these can be some dangerous animals for human consumption. So these hazards can be categorized into 3, like the chemical hazards, biological hazards, and also allergens. So chemical hazard, as we can see, like wild harvested animals, they can expose to some chemicals, like some dangerous chemicals, like pesticides, insecticides, maybe fungicides, or even animal drug residues if they are feeding on like rivers, like next to rivers or something. So for biological hazards, as we can see, insect's body can contain, there are some studies, they contain some pathogenic microorganisms like Salmonella or Escherichia coli. So after consuming them, of course, human or people will get sick or will get intoxicated. And the last one, and the most important one, or the well-studied one, is the allergens. So there are some specific enzymes on insects, and they can cause some skin allergies and some skin abnormalities. So that's why consuming insects kind of it can be dangerous for human consumption. So of course, after that, there are some, we need to mention about the halal status or the consuming insect in our religion. So before Advent of Islam, we knew that Arabs will consume locusts a lot. So, and also there are some hadiths, actually there are 2 hadiths about consuming insects. That Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace upon him, he said that 2 of meat of dead animals are halal to consume, which are fish and locusts. And also in the other hadith, Abdullah bin Abbas narrated that we went on 6 battle campaigns with the Messenger of Allah and we ate locusts. So as we can see in our religion, there are some stories or there are some hadiths that we consume, actually they consumed locusts. So actually to sum up, sooner or later the animal-based proteins will get into our lives. Maybe will be like gelatin or carmine dye. So as a Muslim, we need to be aware of the situation and we need to take cautious for the situation. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mehmet, for your presentation. Hope you will be able to discover new sources, halal sources. Okay, so now we are at the end of this session. We have 15 minutes for questions and answers. I see one there.
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Dinar from Russia. My first question to Dr. Ali Fanous. Is there any known halal production certified of the L-cysteine in the world that you know? And for the last speaker, is there any study regarding the cost of the production, at least the locust, if it's used as a protein from the insects?
Like this? Okay. After this question.
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. There are many companies which are producing cysteine in Europe. They have also halal certificate. There is a very famous and big company in Germany. Its name is Vakashimi, and Vakashimi has developed actually this method by using biotechnology to produce cysteine, and this company is halal certified. Not from us, but they have already halal certificate from other certification body which is recognized. Thank you.
Can I just clarify? Do you know the sources that they use to produce that L-cysteine? From any source or halal-based sources?
No, they use the biotechnology. It means the cysteine is produced by fermentation, and the certification body has inspected all sources of this growth media and also additives and so on, and they have certified the cysteine. So it means cysteine is halal, inshallah.
One over there.
Thank you for the question again. As you can see, edible insect concept is a new thing. Actually, it's not that common in Europe, in North America as well. So all the manufacturers or all the companies, they are local companies in like Asia or something. So it's there is no halal-based food protein production from locals that I know. So, yeah.
Yeah, my question is to Barbara. The question is that part of also, under the umbrella of the political willingness of OIC to engage with the European Union on the issue of, very important issue of the animal rights, do you think that these capabilities exist within the OIC, or how you are going to help them, which they should go towards the technical negotiation, for example, with DJ Sante, something like that? This is not the, or the other parts of the European Union how we don't need only the political language, we need also scientific language. If you elaborate on that, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sujai. Yes. So let's see that the European Union has different tools and bodies to connect with other organizations in the world, with United Nations and so on. Now, OIC is the second biggest international organization in the world after the United Nations. But I have seen that OIC is very intra-OIC focused. Now, the European Union has the External Action Service, EAS, which is designed as a foreign issues tool or body to engage with OIC. The only issues at the moment under discussion between OIC and EAS are security matters, especially regarding Islamic State and terrorism. So we tried from our organization, Instituto Halal, because we have worked with the European Commission for 12 years. We organized a meeting in Brussels with DG Trade, the Directorate General for Trade, the only body talking about halal, and I repeat, off the record, because officially, the European Union, the word halal does not exist. In the legislation, they talk about ritual slaughtering. Off the record, everybody says halal, of course. This is a big commercial opportunity for Europe. Also, we have 50 million Muslims in Europe. It's a big market. So we need to acknowledge this market. The problems. Officially, the European Union is a secular space. So they, how to say, they think that it is not their business to engage with religions in anything that can be considered religious. But halal is considered a trade barrier at the moment. So the discussions we had with DG Trade, first we wanted support for SAMIC standard, harmonization promotion, because it would be good for all OIC and other countries. You know, if we have 24 halal standards, nobody's going to take halal seriously. You know, we need only one standard, one technical standard. We can have like local or national extra requirements, but otherwise it's so messy. The image it portrays of Muslims is very negative, and it's, you know, it's not taken seriously. That's on one thing. Second, we wanted the qualification of halal to be changed. So what we elaborate was a document saying halal is not a trade barrier, it's a quality standard. If Europe has quality standards to settle the level of imports, why do you think halal is a trade barrier? It is also a quality standard. So we want you to change this qualification. They didn't do it yet, but we will keep, you know, insisting. And third, the biggest damage we are suffering, and that's why many countries in Europe are banning non-stand halal slaughtering, is because animal rights groups, far rights groups, these two together, they reckon halal is a weak point for Muslims. We will attack here because there is a lot of sensitivity towards animal welfare in Europe. And then they never say halal or Muslims, but they systematically, you know, limit the rights of Muslims to eat halal by resorting to animal welfare issues. We're not doing anything about this. You know, when they won this court case, I contacted a lot of people that we couldn't do anything. We don't have lawyers. We don't have even scientific proof. So how can we prove, you know, stunning is actually painful as well? How can you say non-stun is painful when stunning, you know, is double pain on the animal? But we don't have any scientific proof. We couldn't do anything. We could just raise the alarm and say, hey, you see the flag? This is happening. It's going to go, you know, it's going to get worse. We need to do something. So our proposal, from our modest position, we're only a small Muslim community in Spain. Our proposal is, we have a lot of contacts in the European Union. We need OIC to appoint somebody to say, okay, let's do a focus group, an exchange group, something, a group of people together, and then we elaborate a roadmap. We come up with a plan. We know Europe very well. We have all the information. We have been working with the Commission for years. Maybe the OIC can appoint one person and say, okay, here is my person from any of the organizations. I don't know, maybe ComSec, maybe another organization in OIC. You know, let's sit down with Europe, let's have a meeting, let's invite them over, let's engage to find a solution. If we don't do anything, these two groups, the animals' rights and the far-right politicians and parties in Europe, they will continue systematically pushing Muslims out of the public sphere, you know, pushing halal out of the market. So that's what I'm asking for, is for OIC to appoint one person, you know, to start a dialogue. We are ready to do it. We will put our own resources. We're happy to help, but we need more actors here. We're only a small organization. We need more actors, more support. We have to come up with a big plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? So actually we do have time for one more question, and let me ask Professor Irvandi that you mentioned in your presentation that in some Muslim countries they started to make a big data regard to halal, right?
Yes.
So would you please just give an example, and are those data open source? Can be access to those data or not?
Yeah, this is just a beginning for certain countries. A few countries that I know that the slaughterhouse, they already implement big data and also blockchain that can trace the process from the beginning, from the source of origin till the end of the product. So I think this is just a wake-up call for most of the Muslim countries, and also that in the future everything must be transparent, how you treat the animals before it was slaughtered, for example. And then, of course, the importance of innovations on this also there. Thank you.
Any other questions? So then, at the end of this session, let me kindly invite Luqman Hakim University's chairman of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Mehmet Altu, to give plaquettes to our valuable presenters. Thank you.
Okay, so we thank all our speakers from all around the world for your valuable presentation and for your contribution, for being also with us today on World Halal Summit stage. Now we are going to deliver a World Halal Summit plaque to each of them. To deliver the plaque, I kindly invite, of course, Dr. Mehmet Altu. Thank you. So first, Professor Dr. Iwandi Jaswir. Please, Professor. Yes, thank you for being with us today on World Halal Summit stage. Thank you, Professor. Yeah. Thank you. Please stay with us. After that, we'll take a family photo. Now, Dr. Barbara Hayat Ruiz Bejarano, thank you for being with us today on World Halal Summit stage. Thank you, Dr. Barbara. Now, Dr. Mian Riaz, thank you for being today with us on World Halal Summit stage. So thank you, Doctor. Now is Dr. Ali Fanous. Thank you for being with us today on World Halal Summit stage, for your kindly contribution also. Thank you. Dr. Mehmet Demirci, please, thank you for your contribution, for your presentation, being with us today on World Halal Summit stage. Yeah. Thanks to all our speakers from all around the world. Now, we are going to take a family picture with Dr. Mehmet Altu, please. You can stay. The speakers, please. Come. Yeah, with your plaque, yes. Yeah, with the plaque. We thank Mr. Jan Turk for your moderation. Thank you. So also we have flag for Mr. Jan Turk. Thank you. Jan. Yeah. We thanks to our moderator, Mr. Jan Turk, for his moderation. Thanks to all. Thank you, Doctor. Distinguished participants, now, unfortunately, we won't be able to give a break because of the time. So we are going to organize the SEN for the second session, Food Production Technology in Halal Point of View 2. So the speakers are pleased to be ready during this time. Thank you. Okay, in a few minutes, we'll start the session for Food Production Technology in Halal Point of View 2. So please stay with us. Okay, dear participant, please take your seats. We will start the session 4 right now. Okay. Okay. So welcome to the session 4 on food production technology in halal point of view 2. To moderate the session, I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Mian Riaz, IFNCA, Islamic Food Nutrition Council of America Professorship in Food Diversity from Texas A&M University from United States of America. Welcome, Doctor. Following, Professor Dr. Fatih Gültekin from Lokman Hekim University Halal Product Application and Research Center here in Republic of Turkey. Welcome, Professor. Yeah. Mr. Hadi Hamza from Halal Development Cooperation Berat from Malaysia. Welcome, Mr. Hadi. Professor Dr. Abdul Latif Ahmed from the Libyan Academy from Graduate Studies in Tripoli, in Libya. Welcome, Professor. And finally, Mr. Usman Mir Khan from University of Agriculture, Faisalabad from Pakistan. Welcome, Mr. Usman. Welcome again, dear speakers. Mr. Riaz, we can start our session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to that session 4, second part of the food production technology in health point of view. Once again, we have 4 speakers. Each speaker will have 15 minutes, and then maybe after that we will have question answers if we got some time there. And our first speaker is here, Professor Dr. Faith, and he is basically School of Medicine. And he is going to give us a talk on halal and non-halal sources of food additives. Therefore, with that, he is from actually Luqman Hakim University. Therefore, with that, I'm going to request him, please take your time. Thanks.
Selamünaleyküm. Dear participants, dear brothers and sisters, welcome you all. My name is Fatih Gültekin. I am director of Lokman Hekim University Halal Product Application and Research Center. I will talk about the sources of food additives. We are consuming many additives without noticing, without consciousness. For instance, if you drink fruit-flavored drinks instead of fruit juice, you will consume many additives. Please look at this small video. as you see, we consume many of them. So, what are they? They are substances that are added to foods, both in packaged foods and also unpacked foods. They are written in the labels of the food, such as citric acid. And they have an E-code if they are used in European countries. They can give thicknesses of some food, such as ice cream and other some paste, and they can increase nutritional value of some foods, such as breakfast cereals and margarines. And they can give flavor, some foods such as some chips and some mixture of spices. And they can regulate acidity of foods, and they can give colors in many foods. They can use for coating foods, such as dragee and the whole foods, whole fruits. They can use as a packaging gas, and they can use to preserve foods as an antioxidant and antimicrobial. Okay, briefly, these are food additives. Are they halal? There are 4 sources of food additives: vegetables, animals, and synthetic production, microbial production, and also non-halal elements may enter the production process. So I will talk about alcohol and animal sources. There are many types of alcohol. The ethyl alcohol is haram because it makes people hangover. And it is used as a solvent in alcoholic beverages. As a solvent, it is used to obtain aroma. Some types of aroma cannot enter the water medium, but if you add alcohol, these types of aroma can easily move to alcoholic medium. And if you use a small drop of water and aroma mixture, alcohol enters that food by this aroma. Some of the scholars said that it is not a problem because the amount of alcohol entering the food is very small. It can be considered in the concept of istihlak. But the others say that it is not appropriate to add alcohol to food, even if there is no necessity or there's an alternative. And as an alcoholic beverages, they can use some foods such as chocolates. Okay, now the animal sources. Fats, bones, and skins are used to produce food additives. And fats, chemically, structurally, these are triglycerides concerning 3 fatty acids and 1 glycerol. And fats are used to produce emulsifier. Emulsifier helps mix oil-based and water-based ingredients. For instance, you cannot mix oil and water, but if you add emulsifier, they can mix homogeneously. Okay, many emulsifiers are obtained from fats by removing fatty acids, diglyceride, monoglyceride, glycerol, and fatty acids. And they can be used in many foods, such as coffee creamer, mono and diglycerides of fatty acids, and 3-in-1, mono and diglycerides of fatty acids, and some kinds of chips, mono and diglycerides of fatty acids, and some kinds of ice cream, mono and diglycerides of fatty acids. And then another part is glycerol. It can also use many foods, in pastry cake as a carrier, and in some kind of fruit cake, humectant, and some chewing gum, it is used as humectant. And then by combining with some molecules, A, B, C, D, new emulsifiers are produced. There are many. A few examples: in chocolate cake, a derivative of mono and diglycerides of fatty acids, and fruity soda, a derivative of glycerol, and in margarine, a derivative of glycerol, and wafer with cacao, a derivative of glycerol. So many additives are produced from fats and oils. The critical point is the source of fat or oil. We can obtain all additives with vegetable oil or fat. Both are possible. So the source, if the source is not halal, food additives may not be halal. Okay, I think many of you know about gelatin. It is obtained from bones and skins of animals, and they have many functions and many. It is used in many areas, such as cosmetics, and it is used in drugs, and it is used in foods, such as in gel, bovine gelatin, and in marshmallow, gelatin is used, and soft jelly, gelatin is used. These are a few examples. Gelatin also used in food processing. There are many methods to clarify fruit juice, and one is in gelatin. For instance, in this example, it is apple juice. There are particles, as you know, but if you add gelatin to the medium, gelatin binds particles itself and sink the bottom, and you can obtain a clear apple juice. But even in this clear apple juice, there are still small particles of gelatin. So the source of gelatin is important. And collagen sheath is obtained from the skin, and it is used to cover salami and sausage. And also L-cysteine, there are mainly two sources of cysteine. One is microbial production, and also hairs of animals and humans. In the hair, cysteine is rich in this hair. After breaking this hair, cysteine is extracted and used in phyllo dough and biscuits for baby in European countries regulation. Okay, also a kind of insect is used to obtain red color, carmines or carminic acid, but it is on halal status changes according to the opinion of madhabs. For instance, Hanafi is not suitable, but the Maliki is okay, like that. Okay, are they harmful? I can say a few words just. It is impossible to say they are harmful or they are not harmful, but I can say that if you consume this kind of foods with no additives or with small amount of additives, you can assume that you are living in such environment. But if you consume this type of foods, mainly with containing many additives, you can assume that you are living in such environment. Air pollution somehow increases the risk of many illnesses. So food additives are also somehow increase the risk of many additives. I can say briefly about that. Solution for the halal, for food additives, halal certification is important. But if any food is not halal certified, we have to care about emulsifiers. If it is not vegetable, it may be a problem for its source. And aromas are also a problem because because of its content of alcohol. There's a possibility. So we have to increase our information about food additives using many tools. And as a last word, I can say, if halal food is important, halal certification is inevitable because there are many details about ingredients. And if halal food is important for us, we have to care about food additives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have a question answer after that.
Okay.
And thank you for respect for the times, and we really appreciate that. We're going to continue move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is also Mr. Hadi Hamza from Halal Development Board in Malaysia, Corporation in Malaysia. And he will be giving us an overview about halal ecosystem, concept, and indicators. With that, Hadi, floor is yours. You have 15 minutes, please.
Good day and blessed Friday for everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Hadi Hamza. I'm on behalf of Halal Development Corporation Berhad, an agency, a government agency under the Ministry of International Trade and Industry of Malaysia. Greetings from Malaysia, and on behalf of the Malaysian government, we thank you for inviting us to give our presentation today. We will be somehow elaborating or detailing on what Halal Development Corporation Berhad is. I think most of the halal players are in the know. Malaysia's journey within the halal economy is well documented. Everything positive and even so otherwise. And in the spirit of Islamic principle, like Professor from UIA has mentioned just now, it's all about transparency. I think there's a lot to learn from the good and the bad that we have encountered for everyone to better and to progress further. That's one flaw of being a first-comer advantage, but second-comer, second player advantage is also a great advantage nevertheless. So in echoing the negative or the pain points of doing halal, on traceability of halal and so on, the halal meat cartel issue previously, where the halal certified meat imported were labeled halal suspiciously, only at its last mile, I think we take pains to understand what happened in the supply chain. Therefore, we support initiatives from our host, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, and its 57 member countries, and most especially its supranational agency, Standards and Meteorology Institute of Islamic Countries, SMIC, and also other sister agencies, particularly as announced yesterday by the Islamic Organization for Food Security, IOFS, on reaching out to all member countries to ensure food and halal food production is available and secured throughout countries under the Gene to Fork initiative and to produce more multinational companies focusing on halal. But first, allow us to share the Malaysia experience in more detail through HDC's perspective. HDC is, since 2006, has been tasked to spearhead development of Malaysia's integrated and comprehensive halal ecosystem, a central coordinator for halal within the country and for her missions internationally, providing necessary government-to-government, G2G, and government-to-businesses, G2B, ombudsman-like support system in consultancy and advisory, whether under supranational platforms such as OIC, United Nations, ASEAN, or within specific halal-based initiative under specific sectorial categories, core manufacturing segments such as food, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, and personal care, and other consumer products. Those are the core halal economics. Or under its servicification of these segments, that is Muslim hospitality, services and products, logistics, Islamic finance and takaful, modest fashion, and its supply chain on warehousing and retailing. Hence why HDC is all for the inclusion of halal economics in OIC member countries. This is our hopes for a global inclusion one too. What this near 20 or 40 years of halal developmental work has brought forth, and most especially from the current corona endemic, is the need for a comprehensive, connected, mainstream ecosystem across all countries in support of a global halal supply chain. During the pandemic state of corona, we saw all our core halal manufacturers on food, pharmaceutical, and personal care unaffected by it. Most MNCs were maintaining its revenue in that year, even increasing its profit margin due to a brick and mortar retail slowdown, but a shift towards electronic e-tailing model. HDC, JAKIM, Matrade, and all other 300 ministries, departments, and agencies in Malaysia is working diligently to maintain this Malaysia global halal supply chain. That is why in this year, HDC and partners such as Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, Kuala Lumpur Center of Excellence, ASEAN, and many others have jointly engaged in multilateral platforms to assess the halal ecosystem countries in Asia, in OIC, and in IMF Advanced Economies, under supply chain integratability, feasibility, and transoperability initiative, fondly known as SHIFT. This initiative should help identify key components of halal in countries involved, including best practices and gap analysis. The findings and recommendations of this initiative will become important resources for policymakers, industry players, and researchers, leading to new partnerships, trade and investment and capacity development for mutually beneficial partnerships in a G2G and a G2B partnership. Although our focus are on advanced halal countries previously, such as Turkey, UAE, Australia, and Brazil, Indonesia, and Thailand, we implore all governments to participate in this initiative. We are running the program through our Halal Knowledge Center, which you can access by website at hdcglobal.com, and our data analytics website, hkc.hdcglobal.com. Or for a more feel-good version, you can check out the November issue of Forbes Asia online, where there's currently a campaign for free membership to our Halal Data Center when you participate and win. Malaysia's baseline, along with the previously mentioned countries assessed, will be the base of this initiative. From our current assessment and 4 development maturity levels that ensues, we found that most ASEAN countries, those of non-OIC countries, are way ahead in terms of development maturity level. For a more detailed maturity level, please contact the SHIFT initiative subject matter experts at the later stage of this presentation through emails and telephone calls and engagement sessions. That said, the countries' baseline are from OIC, ASEAN, and IMF Advanced Economy. While under the ASEAN framework, work has already been done to connect all these ecosystem dots together. The OIC one is currently in the works, especially under our ISDB initiative. Although Malaysia's GDP is half of what Turkey is, but halal has contributed nearly 10% since its development. This stemming from only 7,000 halal certified companies from a total of 1 million establishments in Malaysia. These 7,000 companies collectively accumulated revenues of around $80 billion year on year. For context, the largest halal food MNC in Nestle Malaysia revenue, domestic and export, is consistently around $1.25 billion yearly within the last 5 years. The similar number is clocked by FNN Dairies, a Malaysian-based MNCs. This even through the pandemic stage. From these 7,000 companies, some 400 are multinationals, whereby the rest, 6,500 companies, are micro, small, and medium companies, with a combined total investment on assets of around $25 billion. Of that, some 300 companies are in Malaysia's halal industrial parks, a designated industrial zone with halal-based tax incentivization, with a total investment of fixed asset of around $5 billion. Malaysia's halal domestic consumer market is hovering around $70 billion, and we are exporting around 10 billion yearly. For context, the largest Muslim population country of Indonesia has a halal domestic market size of $186 billion, and Indonesia's halal export is around $230 million, around 2019. Whereas the domestic halal market for MENA combined countries, Middle East and North Africa, is around $800 billion. China is $20 billion, while the North American Muslim market is about $200 million. Malaysia halal market is currently nearing 400,000 persons working in these 7,000 companies at a productivity level of $425,000 per employee per year. As mentioned, the halal production from OIC member countries is still low. Collectively, the OIC's GDP is some 15 to 16% to the world's GDP of around $80 trillion yearly. The bulk of the 15 to 16% of OIC's GDP comes from mining, natural resources, and agricultural only, whereas the big 5 countries collectively at around 50%, where near half of them are consumer products: food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and personal care. There has to be more value added to the products produced and exported to serve the initial Muslim market of the $5.1 trillion in 2025, and next, others consumer market of $38 trillion. Many OIC member countries has gone through this, planning and implementing, as many of these countries have engaged HDC in many consultancy and advisory services. But many more needs to be done. ASEAN countries are the best example of a well-planned and implementation. Collectively, the matured halal ecosystem of ASEAN has been progressing in halal with some sizable 20 to 30% market share globally, and many more are coming in institutional investment and through multinational platforms. In Malaysia, the Sharia-compliant companies can also fundraise through our Sharia capital markets and peer-to-peer and crowdfunding platforms. To become Sharia-compliant company, you need to adhere to the halal certification, at least 90% of halal operation in said company or establishment. ASEAN companies are now able to produce within 1 to 2 years halal products, halal certified shelf products through its own halal incubators and laboratories and centers, like for instance in Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. All have a tripartite understanding to these initiatives. So this is the halal ecosystem that we are proposing. This ecosystem across all markets addresses the significance of 10 indicators constructed based on the linkages between independent and interdependent elements and the performance of a country's halal ecosystem. These markers are identified as performance determinants of a country's halal economy and its industry. Integrity, governance, policy and planning, data and analytics, incentives, STI, human capital development, enterprise development, infrastructure, logistics, and promotion and awareness. So I think previously the only indicators that we have seen is only on integrity, halal certificate, halal standard. But from our deducement from years of observation and stakeholder engagement, halal certificate is just merely one part of the ecosystem, an entry level towards an industrialized halal economy of a country. Like many developed nations, Malaysia also has an entry-level certificate for companies to go into industrialized mode from its infancy, startup stage, to scaling up. We have a best practice called MUSTI, an industrial safety food preparation, the bare minimum, if you may. But this will lead then to companies towards the GMP, the HACCP, and then halal. From there on, conforming to all other international manufacturing standards is a breeze, whether it's US FDA and other countries' conformity, because halal has been conformed to all these global certificates. The other 9 indicators are best explained in a more thorough platform, and best to have reap the opportunities of each country's ability to undertake these tasks. For that, and for context, there are best practices of all business ecosystem that we have been assessing, and we're really sure that it's as complete as it gets, as it is modeled from the advanced economies of the world. So in essence, these are the subject matter experts that has been preparing the halal ecosystem to share and showcase to the OIC member countries and also its supranational agencies, and for us to connect with the SHIFT initiative, and together we use this platform to bring halal into the mainstream. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Hamza. With that, we're going to move on to our next speakers. We have question answer after every talk here. Next, our speaker is Professor Dr. Abdul Latif Ahmed from Libyan Academy of Graduate Studies, Tripoli, Libya. Very interesting topics, that is conventional halal meat substitute, validations of various opportunities and concept. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for selecting this topic to be presented as oral presentation. Also, we wouldn't remiss to thank Ms. Dilik for her contacts and good communications. Today we will talk about something called like exotic meat product. It might be strange to everyone to hear about it. It's a meat produced in laboratory. It's not produced in animals anymore. So this is a trend in meat technology, meat science. So we tried to offer this product as alternative for conventional meat, and we would like to talk about the concerns, challenges, and then validation process. I'm Dr. Abdul Latif Ahmed, working for the Libyan Academy for Graduate Studies, Life Science Department. As you see here outlined, we will listen to introduction about the population and then meat consumption, global consumption. We move to talk about the definitions of cultured meat, and then we will talk about a model that we designed in terms of new product familiarity. How can we be familiar with the new product that people are not, haven't seen it in the market or whatever. Production system of the cultured meat, and then we move to the accreditations and then consumers' acceptance. Finally, we talk about a little bit about traceability, and then we end up the speech with final remarks. So let's have a look at the global population increase and the Muslim population increase. In the last 30 years, the global population increase was about by a rate of 31%. Meanwhile, the Muslim population increased by 45%, or it will be like 45% in the next 9 or 10 years. In terms of meat consumption, just 3 years ago, the global meat consumption was 346 billion tons, and in 2030 it will be like 453 billion tons. So we see here the global consumption of meat increased by 31%, which is quite harmonized with the global increase of population. So, is the Thomas Malthus catastrophe right or wrong? I think it fits to Muslim population now, because like 400 years ago, he proposed that the food will increase by like in a linear style, but the human population will go like in a drastic way or exponential rate. So he was worried about food security. He says that like we will have a shortage in food and it will be a big catastrophe. So if we look at this dilemma or this catastrophe, I think it fits quite well to our community, Muslim community, because most of the Muslim countries are, located geographically in a very dry area, so production of animals are quite hard. So as a matter, I think finding an alternative to meat products is an ultimate aim, not on the level of the Muslim community, but globally. Therefore, halal or cultured meat defined as any meat derived from healthy but unfamiliar resources or bioresources, and manufactured in a aseptic facility or factories that will require lots of efforts to gain social acceptance, religious accreditation, and ethical legitimacy. The history of low lab-grown meat or cultured meat started like just 20 years ago. But first, who mentioned about that or proposed the cultured meat for human consumption, was William Allen. That was like 25 years ago. And then NASA in 2001 tried to culture meat from turkey tissue. And then they tried also to produce goldfish fillet in 2002. However, the first publications related to this topic started in 2008. And then the first burger, cultured meat, produced in 2013, and it cost about $300,000. And then some scientists expected that the burgers will hit the market in 2020 or 2021, and it will cost around $10 per burger, which is about 140 to 150 grams each piece. This is our model to be familiar with a new product or exotic food product. So we tried to draw a line between the rate of familiarity versus the time of accreditations. So any product or any new product, it will take about 20 to 25 years to be common commodity or commercialized, or we can see it in the market. So there are 5 principles that each principle take about 5 to 10 years, and then started with the idea and concept of any product. It goes through the formulation and design, and then public perception and religious accreditation, and then manufacturing practices, and then end up with the commercialization and marketing. So we can understand that any exotic food product will take about 15 to 25 years to be commercialized. what is the purpose of producing cultured meat? Why we go to this technology or trend? There are a few reasons. The first one, which is human health, that we would like to reduce the consumption or ingestion of any pesticides or hormones. And then food sustainability, we would like to offer more food to the consumers and reduce the food insecurity. And then environmental protection, animal welfare, and as today Dr. Barbara talked about the stunning and slaughtering of animal, many people suggesting that how can we produce slaughter-free meat without killing animals. And then how that will happen? We have tissue engineering and then tissue culture. We use biofermenters or bioincubators to produce such muscles. What are the key factors so that we can make, cultured meat, more common to protect the environment, as we mentioned earlier, animal welfare, and conserve some of the diverse animals from extinction, and then provide sustainable food system that will reduce the food insecurity. All right. It seems one slide missing. Anyway, the challenges that related to this kind of industry first started at the level of research. So the main problem is scaffolding. How can we produce muscle? How can we have a meat that looks like the conventional meat? And then what kind of medium that we use, the choices, etc. So production challenges that related to the aseptic and sanitation and removal any of the metabolites, because the animal body remove the metabolites from the muscle automatically or naturally. Therefore, we have to find a way to remove those metabolites. Random proliferations of stem cells that we cannot control it in many cases. Viability of cells after killing the animal or slaughtering the animal, keeping the same sensory properties as in conventional meat, ethical practices during production, cost and economic value, high-tech infrastructure, as well as the approval of the product in the Codex Alimentarius. Finally, announcing a worldwide Islamic fatwa to accredit the product. The biggest challenge, as we mentioned earlier, is scaffolding, which is the engineering process and the materials that often used to seed the cell into some structures that finally will give us a muscle or sustain the three-dimensional tissue structure, which is always desirable by the consumers. Factors that lead to successfulness in relation to the production of cultured meat, the health of the donors, the original animal, if they are healthy and we can source stem cells from them, so we can ensure that the muscle that we produce in the laboratory will be healthy as well. The treatment and the growth medium, that's normally used, sourced from animal source, but in terms of halal, so we would suggest to have it from plant-based serum. A rate of muscle cell proliferation, and then the termination of process. Once the muscle is grown to the level that we need, how can we stop the growth in the laboratory? And then hygienic and aseptic conditions of bioreactors. Finally, the production team or technical team. To have this product accredited or valid, so lots of efforts have to be done to gain the social acceptance and tolerate any religious rules, approval of the ethical legitimacy, and then ensuring safety and quality, going through the price reduction, and then ending by the technology spreading. There are some obstacles that we always face. Some are related to the culture, our human behavior, the mindset. So now, while you're listening to this speech, probably you're not digesting the idea. It's like, come on, meat made in a laboratory, it's illogic. So mindset, first we have to change the mindset to accept the topic and change the neophobia mentality, cultural sentiments, food, ethnocentrism, and then there are some obstacles related to the governance and then Sharia rules like halal rules, authenticity and unfamiliarity. Finally, the production, which is related to the naturalizing the palatability. How can I accept this product in terms of taste, texture, and etc. The cost, as well as formulation policy. Halal cultured meat from slaughtered animal, opinion are similar in terms of the viability of the cells once we take it from animal. So if we take the cells from animal, this is the turning point. Is it slaughtered animal or a live animal? Anyway, the viability of the cells continues, some people say, from 5 to 10 minutes after death. Immunity to oxygen is also another obstacle. So any cells need to survive, so therefore there is a need for oxygen supply. But once the animal killed or dead, the oxygen supply cut off. So how can we maintain the cells from death? But anyway, now some medical doctors suggested that when they do human organ transplantations, they suggested that the lifespan of the organ from 30 to 60 minutes. Likewise, we can use this opportunity when we source the cells from the slaughtered animal. The cells must be transplanted quickly or chilled so to prevent the death. Consumer ethical perceptions and religious attention. So currently, people are worrying about the sensory properties and then religious accreditations. If the stem cells are always taken from a living animal, then there is no place to call it halal in this case because the original source is not slaughtered. However, in the case of the fish, it will be different. People worrying about the flavor, as I mentioned, and texture. Response of consumers differing due to many elements. Muslim opinions remain divided on whether cultured meat can meet the criteria of halal dietary rules. Finally, we move to talk about traceability. I couldn't catch the lecture of Professor Irwande, who talked about traceability today. But traceability is a system or a tool that to withdraw or recall or remove the food if identified as unsafe or inappropriate to the human culture. Therefore, there are some critical points or CCP points that should be followed if we consider cultured meat as halal. First of all, we have to care about the cell line source and the composition of the growth medium as well as any additive used in the growth system. Hygienic and sanitation facility, tracking the cell's proliferation and then tracking the labeling and transportation system. This will take us to the end, so final remarks. If it is fair enough to claim that cultured meat is not a real meat, however, there is a necessity for modern definitions that can be integrative and more realistic. Validation of cultured meat for human consumption would require tremendous efforts to understand the difference between the cultured meat and conventional meat. Still, the religious scholars, food makers, and scientists have to assemble a logical conclusion to compromise the cultured meat principles in accordance to halal guidelines. In our opinion, cultured meat in the current position is unaccepted by Muslim society. However, we suggest that an immediate traceability system must be used to track the points to enhance, or critic points to enhance the transparent production system. Probably it will stay as a dilemma that we cannot solve it. However, I suggest that we should discuss it more in other events so to finally prove it publicly or reject it. Possibly it is fine to consider cultured meat or fish, cultured fish products as halal if the cells are sourced from slaughtered animal, the growth medium sourced from plant sources, and traceability system is applied, and all after issuing an international fatwa or Islamic fatwa that goes well with the Sharia rules. By end, I would like to thank the organizing committee again for their hospitality and the contributors, Professor Hassan Yatim and Faraj Shtewi, as well as Naima Shibani and Ryochi Sakata. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Latif, for that very interesting talk. And of course, we will have question answer after we finish the sessions. We have our last speakers of these sessions, Mr. Usman Mir Khan from University of Agriculture, Faisalabad, Pakistan. And he's going to talk about the citrus flower extract, a vegetarian's coagulant as a halal source in the cheese development. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for inviting me here. The topic I am going to discuss is citrus rantium flower extracts and development of cheese as a halal source. So, I am also a PhD scholar at University of Agriculture, Faisalabad. Now, moving towards the main topic, as we are familiar that cheese is a fermented dairy product and it has high nutritional and sensory professional values, and it is always used in many cultures, and it has one ethical question, which is also that Pakistan is a Muslim country and we are facing the issue that we are using rennet for production of halal cheese, and therefore there is a problem that whether rennet obtains is halal or haram source. So also Pakistan have made the decision that we have Punjab Pure Food Acts that follows that we have to not to slaughter our young calves for to obtain rennet production. Also, there is a decrease in slaughtering of young calves, so it leads to less availability of rennet. So to overcome this, we have some fruits, kiwis, and also latex and some flowers, and also we use microbial rennet in replacement of rennet. So first of all, I have used citrus rantium flower extract. Citrus rantium flower, we have production in Pakistan is six larger production and with 2.25 million ton production yearly. So it has high aroma and flavor components and also have citrase enzyme for coagulation of milk in cheese. So we have used the objectives that development of cheddar cheese by using citrus rantium flowers and then comparison with its animal rennet, and to replace this animal rennet with use of citrus rantium flowers extract. So first of all, we have used the citrus rantium flower extract and then we have calculated the citrus rantium flower extract and then used in cheddar cheese. So first of all, the flowers were collected and then it was centrifuged and blended with citrus buffer to have the citrus flower extract. Then it was stored in refrigerator till use. The treatments were followed that we have main rennet control cheese, and then it was comparison with 1%, 2%, and 3 or more 4% of citrus rantium flower extract. The procedure followed that we have used the buffalo milk and then pasteurization of milk, and then it was cooled down to that temperature. We can add starter cultures at ratio of 2%. Then after that we also add rennet. So to replace the rennet, we have used the citrus rantium flower extract at this stage. Then it was settling of curd and cheddaring of cheese, and method followed by cheddaring. And as we have made the cheddar cheese, so we have used the cheddar making process. So after salting and the storage at 10 centigrade, we can use the waxing of cheddar cheese, and then we can store it for further processing or different uses. The research follows that we have used the citrus rantium flowers extract at 3 ratios, 1%, 2%, and 3 and 4%. And it follows that we have controlled the cheddar cheese, and then it was compared with for rennet coagulated, and then it was compared with citrus rantium flower extract cheese. The main physicochemical analysis shows that there was decrease in fat after 0 to 28 and 3 months storage. Then it was considered that the fat proteolysis occurred, and this caused the decrease in fats. So also there was a increase in protein contents while using the citrus rantium flowers as compared to rennet. Otherwise, all salt, pH, and other fat percentage remain same. So these are the graphical explanation of these results. And then it was sensory evaluation criteria which followed the 9 hedonic point scale points which followed the color, flavor, taste, and aroma and overall acceptability of say, citrus and anti-flower extract coagulated cheese, then it was compared with rennet coagulated cheddar cheese. So it was concluded that results showed that cheese made with 1% have lower texture profile as compared to other controlled cheddar cheese. It was the semi-hard type cheese as compared to rennet coagulated cheese, which is hard type cheese. So it was a initial procedures that followed that we have to use the citrus aurantium flowers, and it was first time we have used citrus aurantium flowers extract, and it was to decide which cheese we have to make, because we were not familiar that what properties can citrase enzyme present in citrus can cause. So we have used the basic methods of following cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and it was not that hard type cheese, it was a semi-hard and fresh type cheese. So in 1% we have used citrus aurantium flower extract, and it shows a light yellow color, and the quantity increase as we increase the citrus aurantium flower extract due to citrus aurantium flower extract colors. So in controlled cheddar cheese, which is also considered as salty, fatty, and slight sour flavor, but it was opposite to that. It was a little bit bitter and umami flavor present in citrus aurantium flower coagulated cheese extracts, and it has a layers of texture with high profile, and it was contributed to about 50% of total protein content, as citrus aurantium flower extracts had 85% of their floral content protein as their floral content. So in conclusion, significant flavor deterioration can occur by storage and different handling process, but it can be overcome by salting the cheddar cheese, and then also one vegetarian, one can be used for production, and also organic characteristics and other characteristics are still in process to analyze the nutritional value of these citrus aurantium flower extracts for health benefits, as it can be considered as halal source in placement of rennet, because Pakistan is not producing rennet and we are importing from outer countries. So it's a basic problem that we have not confirmed that whether rennet is halal or haram. So to replacement, there are many ways, but most conventional and easy or economical way is to use the resources we have already in higher production, because we are not able to buy the microbial rennet and other high-profile rennet in replacement of animal rennet to overcome these requirements in cheese industry in Pakistan. So we have used this economical, conventional, easily available source, which is citrus aurantium flower extracts. So it was used in growing stage, and innovation is needed in Pakistan for production. So in future perspective, we can have citrus aurantium flower extracts. I am also working on this protein profiling of citrus aurantium flower extracts. This is my PhD work. And also, whenever we use a vegetable coagulant, there will be a problem of bitter problem. So we can overcome this bitterness problem by different conventional methods and traditional methods, also by salting, and also by using less quantity, or in comparison or in mixture with other source, microbial or other coagulants. So also efficiency and characterization of citrase enzyme is not yet discovered in world, because I have just named it on my own citrase enzyme, and we have used in this coagulation of cheese, because it's not available that what proteins and what characteristics are available, and also at which point in milk proteins it acts, and which bonds and coagulation, and its chemistry is not yet discovered. So I'm also working on this citrase enzyme efficiency and nutritional values, and there will be a future perspective to whether to fill this gap by using rennet and their replacement by using these to export the citrus aurantium flowers in world as a powder form. But China is also working on using these citrus aurantium flower extracts in their process to import in powder form. So it can be easily available from China by using different methods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amir Khan. Okay, we're going to open the floor. We had an excellent food presentation. The very first was about food additives, and the second was, of course, HDC developments, and third was about non-traditional meat, and the last one was just rennet. Instead of rennet, they're using the citrus flowers as a coagulant. With that, floor is open. If anybody have a question, please raise your hand, and you will be giving the microphone. We have 15 minutes for question answers. There's one question there. I don't see it, but okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Moin Yassin from Global Vision 2000. This is the first time I've attended such an event. 2 points that struck me. One, because I've worked in the water sector, water has not been included, as far as I can see, in this summit. And it is a critical component of food production and indeed everything, society and civilization. And it is a huge issue. And to pretend it is, we are naive. It's also got political, economic consequences right now in many countries. So I would humbly submit that whoever is responsible for this summit needs to look at how do we incorporate water. Secondly, relevant to the speakers, I think there is a need on all these issues, you know, what is halal, what is haram, etc., and the new technologies. There is a need to mobilize mass media and communications. I mean, TV channels, and most importantly, mosques, national organizations like the Diyanet in Turkey and throughout the Muslim world need to be mobilized to educate the community about what they are eating and consuming and the trends, etc. That is a huge missing gap, and I'd like the panelists to comment on that. If you're going to have an integrated global supply chain and policy, you need to involve the community, the consumers. And in Islamic culture and civilization, we have the mosques. So I'd like, especially Malaysia, which claims to be a leader. Thank you.
Brother, this is a question-answer session. These comments can be given to privately to that whoever the host organizers are. We appreciate your comments, and we will convey that one. But any question related to these 4 talks, we just talk about it. Therefore, yes, there's one question there.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Amir Masoom. I'm from Halal Food Authority, UK. My question is to Dr. Abdul Basit, Dr. Abdul Latif from Lebanon. When we talk about the meat, cloning of the meat, what will differentiate between the cloning and this one? And if we say that the cloning is playing with the God, is that the meat producing, it is playing with the God as well? So what is your views on this one? It was a good presentation. We like it. But of course, this is a question we have to ask.
Thank you. First of all, I'm from Libya, not Lebanon. Second, the second question, I couldn't catch it. However, I will go back to the first one. They are different. The cloning meat is related to the level of DNA and genetic level, but we are talking about the cultured meat, which is to the level of cells. So we are not modifying the meat. We're just growing the cells in a medium outside of the animal itself. So normally people use like fetal bovine serum that's sourced from animal or from young calves. And this is one of the major obstacles in halal regulations. However, there is an alternative for this medium. There is the plant-based serum that goes well with the halal dietary regulations. So they are totally different. The second question, I couldn't catch it. Could you repeat it, please?
I think that was the question. There was only one question.
So it's only one question. All right.
Just to let you guys know that this conference 3 years ago published a paper on that proceeding. If you are interested, you can go to there. I presented the same kind of idea with that culture meat cells, and it's been published paper, and you can just go to whatever the proceedings are 3 years ago. You find the whole paper there, and only issue is that acceptability. The only issue is that fatwa from religious scholars, because these cells, they will draw that is from that animal which is slaughtered, and that is the same way we get any other stem cells. Therefore, these will be all halal sources, and the media is mentioned, we're using it halal media to grow the cells. And then, of course, it's just that we're growing the meat in the lab instead of, the animals, but the slaughtering is the issue. Therefore, it's going to take some time before it comes to the market. And as he mentioned, when he started earlier, it was 30,000 Hamburger, no, it's 10, but I think latest figure is going to be 5.6 or something like that dollars before consumers start using that. I think there was other question here somewhere. Somebody raised the hand right there. If you can give the microphone there, yes.
Yes, assalamu alaikum. My name is Yusuf, and I would like to have two questions from the first presenter. Unfortunately, I cannot memorize the name, but it was about a food additive. So my question is, the first question, how do normal consumers would be able to differentiate between the food or juice that is purely made from the additive and the other that is made from the, from the organic materials? So how be able to differentiate between the two? And other questions is related to the halal things. Also, how to differentiate between this food or this product is made from a halal additive, or the other is not from the halal additive. The most common way could be like maybe having a halal certificate, which is implied on the materials, but you find most of the supplier or the producer in the market, they don't have a halal certificate. So using a normal way, without maybe looking at the certificate, but just looking at the component of the product. So how do we be able to differentiate, to know whether this is halal or this is not halal? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You can turn it on.
No, thank you very much for your question. As a consumer, it is impossible to understand if that additive is halal or non-halal. The source is important. It can be obtained from halal source or non-halal source. For instance, emulsifiers, it can be obtained from vegetable oil and also animal fat. So we have to increase the system for halal certification. Maybe some applications help us because as a consumer, there are many additives, nearly 400 or 500 in the European countries approximately, and very detailed information for every of them. So these types of applications, mobile telephone applications, may help to understand what kind of or which additives are maybe halal or not halal. Maybe we can refrain from the suspicious one, but it is impossible to understand briefly.
I can just add on that as well that it is not easy to find out unless you have a halal certification, which you already mentioned that one. But on the other hand, the laws are such in the US that you can name it like natural flavor. A consumer thinks natural flavor is from plants and all that, but natural flavor can be from animal, especially from pork. You can still call it natural flavor. Or you can just say raspberry flavor, or you can call it some smoke flavor. You can put 40 different ingredients in it, 40 different ingredients, and call one number just raspberry flavor or smoke flavor. Unless you go in detail to find the process, how it was made, it's not that easy. Therefore, the only way is the halal certification, where you have to make sure that if you are getting the halal symbol on it, how you are processing these things. And this is very difficult for ordinary consumer, that how you will find it's halal or not halal. Yes, you want to add something?
Yeah, just to add a word to Mr. Yusuf. I've lived in Japan for 10 years. So in Japanese labeling system, they mention about that, like animal-based additives or plant-based additives. Taking an example, just like shortening, which is an emulsifier used in bread and cookies and sweets. So they mention it clearly there. So there is one system that you can, or the producer, they have to add that on the labeling. There is another way that most of the consumers don't do it, which is calling this center, customer center. So if you call the customer center of the company, they will provide you the information. But none of the consumers do that. So there is a way to find out the source if that's important to you.
We have time for one last question. If anybody have a question, we have still 2 minutes. Any last minute question? No? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody for listening, and I appreciate all my speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks to all our speakers for their presentation and honoring us today on World Halal Summit stage. Now it's plaque ceremony time. So dear participants, with your high attention, I would like to invite on the stage His Excellency Mr. Ihsan Ovid, the Secretary General of SMIC, to give to the speaker their World Halal Summit plaque. Your Excellency, welcome. Yes, first the moderator, Mr. Mian Riaz. Thank you for your moderation. So please stay with us on the stage for the family photo. Thank you. Now, Professor Dr. Fatih Gültekin. Thank you, Prof, for your contribution, for being with us today on World Halal Summit stage. Mr. Hadi Hamza. Thank you, Mr. Hadi. Professor Dr. Abdul Latif Ahmed from the Libyan Academy for Graduate Studies. Thank you, Professor, for your contribution. And finally, Mr. Usman Mirhan from University of Agriculture from Pakistan. Thank you, Mr. Mirhan. For the family photo, yes, please. With your plaque. Okay, once again, thanks to all our speakers for honoring us today on World Halal Summit stage. Distinguished participants, now we have break for Juma, a prayer. The prayer will be in B2. There is a place set for the Juma prayer. Just B3. Okay, excuse me. It's in B3, the Juma prayer, just one floor down. So after the prayer, we'll continue with the session 4. No, I mean for the session 5. Okay, please be here at 14:15. Okay. So değerli katılımcılar, şimdi Cuma namazı için bir ara vereceğiz. Namaz B3 katında olacak. Namaz için bir yer ayarlanmış durumunda. Namazdan sonra saat toplam tam 14-15'te burada 5. oturumla devam edeceğiz. Hayırlı cumalar tekrar.
A, C, A, C.
Tarzımı tariflerine yansıtmaksa bambaşka. Yeni şeyler keşfetmek moda. Onları hayatının parçası yapmak, işte o başka. Farkını göstermek moda. Fark yaratıp başkasına umut olmak bir başka. Spor yapmak moda ama bir başka olur ayakta kalmak için denge. Ama arkadaşının motivasyonu olmak bir başka. Kafe açmak moda. Tarzını tariflerine yansıtmaksa bambaşka. Yeni şeyler keşfetmek moda. Onları hayatının parçası yapmak işte o başka. Farkını göstermek moda. Fark yaratıp başkasına umut olmak bir başka. Spor yapmak moda ama bir başka olur ayakta kalmak için dengeni bu. Koşuya çıkmak moda. Ama arkadaşının motivasyonu olmak bir başka. Kafe açmak moda. Tarzını tariflerine yansıtmaksa bambaşka.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, dear participants, we are starting our session, the session 5, a holistic approach to halal economy and participation finance. Within this session, we will have two panels. So the panel one is on integration of halal value chain with Islamic finance in Turkey. So to moderate the session, I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Mada Munjid, the director in the Department of Participation Finance in Financial Office of the Presidency of Turkey. Welcome, Mr. Mada. The first panelist is Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan from University of New Orleans from United States of America. You are pleased to join us, Professor. Second panelist is Professor Dr. Murat Shimshek from Karabuk University. The last panelist is Associate Professor Abdurrahman Yazıcı from Social Science University of Ankara in Turkey. So, Mr. Mudir, we can start our session. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the 7th World Halal Summit for giving us the opportunity to have this panel discussion, which is themed Integration of Halal Value Chain with Islamic Finance in Turkey. The aim of the panel is to explore ways of integrating the halal value chain with Islamic finance. That is why we have with us three esteemed panelists who will be speaking on the topic and shed light on how integration can be created between these two very important sectors. Before we get the session underway, let me just briefly highlight some of the key figures related to the halal economy, which includes also the Islamic financial services industry, both globally and in the Turkish context. As you all know, according to the State of the Global Islamic Economy report, the value of the halal industry, excluding the Islamic financial services industry, is estimated at $2.02 trillion in 2019, and some estimate the industry at $2.6 trillion in 2020. The report also estimates that the halal industry has the potential to grow to $3.2 trillion by 2024. As for the Islamic financial services industry, the IFSB Stability Report estimates that the total worth of the industry is $2.7 trillion in 2020. The Islamic banking assets amounts to $1.8 trillion, and the ICM segment, which consists of Sukuk, Islamic funds, and Islamic equities, amount to $830 billion. And finally, the Takaful sector amounts to $23.1 billion as of 2019. Now, in the context of Turkey, Turkey has a total share of over $100 billion in the halal industry. And for Islamic finance, the sector of participation banks has a share of $55 billion, representing 7% of the total domestic banking assets, while the Takaful gross contribution represents 5% of the total contributions in the sector, amounting to more than $700 million. As for the Sukuk market, the total Sukuk issuance of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance amounted to 75 billion Turkish lira at the end of 2020, while the Sukuk issuances of participation banks reached 43 billion Turkish liras at the end of November 2020. Of course, one of the key driving factors of the halal economy as a whole is the large and young Muslim population. The global Muslim population reached 1.9 billion in 2019 and is expected to grow twice as fast as the overall world population, increasing to 2.2 billion by 2030 and reaching 3 billion by 2060, which will represent nearly 1/3 of the world population. Therefore, the global halal economy will be growing exponentially in tandem with the rise in Muslim population. However, the missing link in all of this is to find the right formula or the right framework that would bring the halal and Islamic finance industries closer together. the opportunities and prospects would be limitless, and it will certainly provide a stronger momentum for both industries to increase their growth and widen their reach. And what better time for the initiation of such integration than now, when we are dealing with the COVID pandemic and the post-COVID realities of this world. It will certainly be a win-win situation for both industries, especially in the case of Turkey. On one side, the various stakeholders of the halal industry in Turkey will be able to move one step further in their aim to maintain halal in all of their operations, not only in all of their processes, but also in terms of their funding. And at the same time, the Islamic financial institutions in Turkey can grab this opportunity to provide financing on the basis of profit sharing to the key players in the halal market. So in short, integration between the halal industry and the Islamic financial system in Turkey is a necessary step to increase Turkey's share in the world halal market, and also is a key element in enabling the growth of the Turkish Islamic financial system. To shed more light on this topic and how to create such integration, we have with us three esteemed panelists who will be talking about this topic and trying to explore ways of creating this integration. And our first speaker is Prof. Dr. Kabir Hassan. Prof. Kabir is currently a professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Finance in the University of New Orleans, and he holds 2 endowed chairs, the Bernier Professor of Economics and Finance and Bank One Professor in Business in the University of New Orleans. Professor Hassan is the winner of the 2016 Islamic Development Bank Prize in Islamic Banking and Finance. He has over 342 papers published in refereed academic journals, and he has also been cited as one of the most prolific authors in finance literature in the last 50 years in a paper published in the Journal of Finance Literature. His publication record puts him among the top 5.6% of all authors who published in the 26 leading finance journals. Professor Hassan has received various awards from the University of New Orleans and the University of Louisiana, and currently he is the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance and Management, and associate editor of International Journal of Emerging Markets and Review of International Business and Finance. Without further ado, please welcome Prof. Kabir to deliver his talk in 20 minutes, inshallah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri ahlul uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum. Dear Dr. Mada and fellow panelists and distinguished audience. So this is the title of my presentation. In order to keep my chain of thoughts, I'm going to follow my slides very closely. So if we start, so if you look at, when you talk about halal ecosystem, it is simply a supply chain of halal industrial products and services in the field of Islamic economics, where the implementation is still in the process of development across the globe. Halal, as one of part of the support and foundation of Islamic economy, has now become a kind of ecosystem and industry. It is the entire atmosphere of halal industry that comprises of production, food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, ingredients, including Islamic financial system. So recently, there was a report came out by Refinitiv. It talks about what are the drivers of Islamic economy. As Dr. Mada mentioned, there is a demand-side drivers, and there is also the supply-side drivers. There is a large and fast-growing and young Muslim population. It is growing very rapidly, and there are Islamic values driving lifestyle practices, halal profession. There are digital connectivity, and you'll be surprised to know this. The people under 15 and under 30, the internet penetration rate is higher compared to even many developed countries. And the growth of ethical consumption, halal food. On the supply side, you have this government regulation, different countries, Malaysia and Indonesia, 2 examples I can give you. There is also growing intra-OIC trade growth. There is a participation of global top brands. And of course, there's a national Islamic economic strategy. Most importantly, I can give the example of Indonesia. So these are also, everyone is contributing to this sector. If you look at the consumer, as I mentioned, ethical consumerism, there is an increasing influence. People are becoming more and more middle class. Digital connectivity, growing population, and increasing religious affinity. If you go to the mosque, you'll see the number of younger population, Friday Jummah prayer is increasing. Just that's an indication. Government, economic diversification development in many countries, including Turkey, has taken Islamic finance hub to attract trade and industry from different parts of the world. Halal trade, halal regulation, business, growth of multinational corporations all over the world. Even, as you know, as an example, Australia is the largest meat producer and supplier, halal, to the rest of the world. They make about $150 billion worth of money each year, and they are also looking for halal financing. The sad part of this, when Islamic finance started, halal has been there for a long time, but unfortunately it's a twin that has been separated from each other. We talk about halal chicken, but we never say how that halal chicken was financed. So investors also want a rate of return from their investment. So the halal existed, since the time of our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It comes from the Quran and Sunnah. If you look at, there are different ayah in the Quran: eat and drink of that which has provided, and act not corruptly, making mischief in the world. O mankind, eat of what is lawful and good on earth, and follow not the footsteps of the evil. O you who believe, forbid not the good things which God has made lawful for you, and exceed not the limits. Surely God loves not those who exceed the limits, and eat of the lawful and good that has God given you, and keep you duty to God in whom you believe. So there are different Sharia perspectives, there are different economic perspectives to these things. I'll be spending more time a little bit. So there are opportunities that Dr. Mada mentioned, 1.4 billion, the numbers increasing, this number is a little bit old. Halal products and services are acceptable to non-Muslims too. In the United States or in Britain, for example, there are a lot more British eat the halal food, or I'm talking about Bangladeshi restaurants in Britain. So these are some indication, rapid development, interest in halal products and services, products with halal logo synonymous with quality products. Malaysian multi-ethnic and multi-religious society allow diversified products, and Malaysia is also highly respected by Muslim countries as well. Now, the world population, as she mentioned, is growing. The right now is 1.6 billion. One estimate is 2.8 billion 2050. Middle class is expected to be more than 900 billion by 2030. So these are some of the demand factors that's going to generate demand for halal ecosystem. There is, according to a writer, Polias Kunsinias, the halal market in Europe is going to go as high as 20%. So halal is not just about food and finance, but also applies to different fields like halal fashion, pharmaceuticals, and so forth. And there are different sessions I attended, they talk about all these things. Now, when it comes to finance, riba is forbidden, gharar is forbidden. So Islamic banking does not charge fixed interest on loans, which is related to riba in the Holy Quran. There are ayats, and what you give in usury, that it may increase upon people's wealth, increases not with God. O believers, devour not usury, doubled or redoubled, and fear your God, happily so you will prosper. So even though they do not mention the word riba, even conventional economic financial system, the scholars are thinking alternative finance. They are looking at that this is not partnership risk-sharing finance. So we want shared prosperity, and shared prosperity can only happen through participation finance. And actually the Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey used the word participation finance instead of Islamic finance. So when you talk about Islamic and halal trade, there is the Islamic banking system as a huge surplus liquidity that can be used, multiple things, including the halal economy and so on. So how do you connect Islamic and halal industry challenges? Of course, we have the lack of instruments in Islamic banking. poor awareness on Islamic banking among halal players. You know, very often I say the disconnect. You are looking for halal chicken, but you never asked that how the chicken was produced, how it was financed, whether there was in. So you're talking about complete value chain. And if one of the value chain is faulty, the rest of the value chain is faulty. But we never asked this question. If you're an immigrant to the United States, two things you look for. First thing you look for a masajid, and second thing you look for halal chicken. And they never get out of the halal chicken. It seems to me Islam just goes to the halal chicken only. There are other values in Islam, and that you can practice in Western countries, if, of course, even though secular. But when it comes to practicing, believing the value system, sometimes I find it even more conducive countries to follow your practice. Now, State of the Halal Industry, recently I asked you to read this definitive report on the halal economy. It talks about the different estimate. Actually, their estimate is different. You know, one of this thing that we talk about Islamic finance industry is growing 15%. I don't know how it started. We just quote it. But they have come up with a number right now. The value of global halal economy right now is $3.1 trillion. And the projection is that it will be growing to $5 trillion in next 9 years, by 2030. The halal industry has got potential even in countries without a Muslim majority country, as I said. People like to eat halal and so on. So these are some of the figures that you can see, growth projection. Muslim is projected fastest growing religion, who will reach the second most populated religion in the world by 2050. Indonesia is currently the most Muslim populated country, and the Muslim growth rate is growing fabulously. So this is a demand factor that's going to help our halal industry, halal finance, and so on. Now, in terms of GDP growth is Muslim countries, so these are some of the top countries, and we are doing, mashallah, very well. You know, from 20 years now, if you compare, the numbers are very fabulous. So when we talk about the theoretical background, how we connect this halal industry, it's not only halal finance, that Islamic finance that we do, and Turkish center that arrange this thing. You have halal cosmetics, halal logistics, halal food, halal medicine, halal vaccine, COVID, and halal animal feed. So it's driven by Islamic consumer needs, and of course, they need to have an infrastructure that goes with this thing. So this is one of the recent reports that I can find. If you look at the Global Islamic Economic Indicator Score breakdown for top 15 countries, I see you have a Turkey number 12. So these are the index they use, 55.9. You have the halal food. Malaysia tops the rank. So they're all segments that all these countries have huge population to grow and make an impact. You know, at one time, the Vatican, one of the Vatican newspaper article says that the West can learn two things from Islam. One is halal finance, another one is halal food. So actually this has been, so there is a national trans-regional boundary when you talk about the halal. It's not only to us only Muslim, it comes from all three monotheistic religions. So that's why it has a universality into this process. So as I said again in the previous slides as well, food, beverage, pharmaceuticals, tourism, cosmetics, logistics. So you have the Islamic belief factors, you have the intention to Islamic finance, you have the halal economy. So you integrate the entire thing together. So if you want to run a survey, so these are the framework that you need to follow. Now, of course, as I said before, the evolution of the global Islamic ecosystem, traditional food and beverage, 1960s. Islamic finance also came in 1960, as I said. It was separated at birth. So if you want to do this, now halal investment, we need halal companies. Addressing needs of consumer investor products are halal. However, are the companies necessarily Sharia compliant as an investment? The answer is no. Halal financing, providing Sharia compliant financing to halal companies, increase awareness to halal companies to be Sharia compliant. Halal fund, the role of capital market is also important in fueling this growth. Halal industry as sector and its performance related to the general market across different countries, growth opportunities cross-sector, performance between halal investable and general food index, and then you have the halal indexing, spillover to other products and widen distribution, brand awareness, distribution, rich choice, availability. And finally, you have the consumer investor participants of Muslim as consumer and investor participation, non-Muslim and developed countries in halal economy. So whenever even the non-Muslim, I have few publications in this area, that they are looking for alternative asset class in order to maximize their portfolio return. Now, when you talk about SME is a big sector, when you talk about participation finance, you know, any country you do, 80% of the employment and the businesses are SMEs. But whereas these SMEs are neglected from the conventional industry, they don't want to give loan, that's why the government has to step in. In the United States, we have the example of Small Business Administration. I'm sure Turkey has a similar activity, but this is where the Islamic finance can play a very critical role. Unfortunately, Islamic finance is not really getting into this area. Part of the divorce is that when you talk about Islamic finance, there's Islamic commercial finance. That's where we see all the growth figures. There's other part of this called Islamic social finance, where we bring the concept of zakat, one of the third pillar of Islam. We have the concept of waqf. It's a very rich history in Turkey. We have the microfinance, and we have the sadaqah, Qardul Hassan, those kind of things we can bring in. One of these things you have to remember that Islamic finance or SME finance, when you talk about it is, microfinance is too big for these SMEs because it's really small loan, too risky for banks. Banks do not want to get into these things because this is not an insurable risk, or it is too small for venture capital. So you really need to come up with or create an institution or organizational mechanism so that you can provide financing, participation financing, risk-free financing, or risk-sharing financing to these SMEs, and that is very important. One of the numbers that I said is a little bit old. According to Gallup 2010, an average 15% of young Arabs wish to start their own business compared to 8% young in the United States. So the entrepreneurship, I have a book called Islamic Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is part and parcel of Islamic faith. You know, there's an ayat in the Quran, you know, after your prayer, you go spread around the world and you try to seek your livelihood. You know, the governments are becoming small, they cannot provide jobs, all this, you know, highly educated, about 30% unemployment rate. So Islamic banking industry finances should come forward and do something for them in order to make this employable. So, as I said, the integration, on the one side, you have all the halal food, meat, you just name it, halal fashion. On the other side, you have the Islamic banking, capital market, takaful, then money market, wealth planning, Islamic financial. You also need to really add to this thing also the Islamic social finance. That will be our global ecosystem. Now, I have a proposition. Now, how is the more roadmap that you have to follow to integrate the halal and Islamic finance industry? First of all, you need to define the halal system based on Sharia values. You need to have step one, appoint the integration team, develop the infrastructure. Like an example, you have the Turkish presidency, that center, that's probably the starting point. The step two, establishing a timeline for the different stages. Use of technology and fintech for digital acceptance. This is part and parcel of life. You have to accept the change. Developing the digital culture, developing the human capital, also the regulatory framework. And step three, IT governance strategy, defining the role of AOFI, and continuous monitoring and supervising the progress of halal ecosystem. So these are the numbers. Let me add a few slides in Turkey. So, you know, the Turkish participation, there's a history. Right now, these are the numbers, is according to 2019. These are the all Turkish total asset, shareholder equity, personnel, and branches. So participation finance is taking a road. The President Recep Erdogan is taking a lead into this thing to make Islamic finance a sort of, you know, hub, because it is the center point of East and West, Europe and Asia. Turkey participation finance department established under presidency, and here this thing was done under the auspices. So if you look at the little bit history, banking law 540 was the main legislation. The legislation established the word called participation. I believe it was one of the Turkish presidents forgotten in 1984. So also established participation banks to have the same privilege and status as a conventional bank. Then there were some changes, there was some failure, and they came up with this new law, and the new law probably was passed upgraded probably 3 or 4 years ago. Now, there was an article came October 2020, Sabah, the Turkey launches new partition bank infrastructure. What is this infrastructure? I just want to spend a little bit time. The main task of the Central Advisory Board is to eliminate the different implementation of partition banks. In the event of a dispute between partition bank and their customers, the board has the authority to change the decision taken, and each partition bank must have its own advisory committee. The board and advisory committee aim to ensure that banks continuously abide by the principles and standards and to provide assurance to relevant parties, especially customers. And banks have to report their control and audit activities quarterly to top management institution. And the staff taking part in compliance and audit process must have a postgraduate degree in interest-free finance. So here is coming the human capital. The universities can play a very critical role. So what are the issues and challenges in Turkey? There's still limited players in the market. Still there's a lack of innovative product. Sharia governance functions such as Sharia audit, Sharia review, Sharia risk management needs to be introduced. And hopefully there will be a blueprint coming out soon, I was told. Islamic wealth management products need to be introduced. Halal talent pool need to be developed. This is a figure. The partition bank share of sector assets was 6.3% at the end of 2019, compared to government target of 15% for 2025, while it was less than 2% during the early 2000s. So you have a 15% target rate. So you really not to be lot to be done during this time in order to reach this target. So this is what is happening. So this is the end of my presentation with a conclusion. There is still a lack of nexus between two industries, and there has to be awareness among the different stakeholders that Islamic finance and Islamic economy are going together. There's a need to create a halal ecosystem, and halal ecosystem can combine food industry, including drinks, everything, the entire value chain with Islamic finance. Halal ecosystem comprises Islamic banking finance with takaful, sukuk, and you name it. The integration can play a huge role in the growth and development of halal industry. And this industry, we really need to move away from murabaha banking. This is we need for commercial. We need to go more into the participation, mudarab and musharaka type of banking. We need to rely more on the capital market. We need to integrate the halal sector, the halal finance, in order to enter value chain to be halal. So that is all, my friend. My presentation is based on 2 of my papers and also writings of different people. I want to acknowledge my gratitude to them. And thank you very much for listening to me. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir, for this very comprehensive and insightful presentation. Definitely, even for the audience, they will have some questions and comments, and Prof. Kabir has provided us with many things to consider and to think about. Now, moving to our second speaker. Our second speaker is Prof. Murad Shimshik. He graduated from Seljuk University Faculty of Theology in 1999. He completed his master's degree in 2002 and his PhD in 2008 at the same university. He worked in the Konya Najmuddin Erbakan University at the Faculty of Theology in the Department of Islamic Law from 2013 until 2020, and currently he is a professor of Islamic Law and Dean at the Faculty of Islamic Science at Karabuk University. He is an expert on Abu Hanifa and Hanafism. His work focuses on the history of Islamic law, specifically in Hanafism, the practices of the Ottoman period, and the Majalla. He also carries out studies on halal food, halal economy, and halal tourism, from the perspective of fiqh. And he served as the director of the NEU Halal and Healthy Food Application and Research Center from 2017 to 2020, and also as a member of the TSE Halal Food Academic Advisory Board. His important works include Imam Abu Hanifa and Hanafism and blockchain technology in terms of Islamic finance. He has many articles and he has participated in many international symposiums and written many chapters in various books. So without further ado, I call upon Prof. Murad to deliver his talk also in 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillah ve salatu ve selamu ala Resulillah. Ben sunumu Türkçe yapacağım, müsaadenizle. Teşekkür ediyorum. Öncelikle SİMİK Genel Sekreteri İhsan Bey'e davetleri için, ayrıca Cumhurbaşkanlığı Finans Ofisi Katılım Daire Başkanlığı'na davetlerinden dolayı teşekkür ediyorum. Bu benim bahsedeceğim konu helal değer zinciri, yani helal value chain management. Helal değer zinciri yeni çıkmış bir kavram sayılır. Helalle birlikte yeni çıkmış bir kavram sayılır. Bunun İslam ekonomisiyle ilişkisinden bahsetmeye çalışacağım. Biraz ön bilgi verdikten sonra sonrasında da birkaç değerlendirme paylaşmak istiyorum sizlerle. Bu helal değer zinciri hangi anlama geliyor? Bu kavram ürün ve hizmetlerin tüm aşamalarında helal kurallarını barındıran, onlara riayet eden üretimler, hizmetler anlamına geliyor. Örneğin helal zincir hem ham madde girdileri hem de üretim, dağıtım, pazarlama, tüketim gibi aşamaların tamamında helal esaslara göre çalışıyor ve aslında gıdada bunu söylüyorduk biz, tarladan sofraya veya tarladan çatala dediğimiz aslında gıda için o serüveni artık hayatın tamamında tüm üretim, tüketim aşamalarının tamamında böyle bir helal zincir şeklinde helalin tamamlanması kastediliyor. Burada amaç ürün ve hizmetin Müslüman tüketiciler tarafından kabul görmesini sağlamak. Tabii ticari ve pazar payı bakımından da böyle bir hedef güdüyor. Şimdi helal değer zincirinin ilgili olduğu bazı kavramlar var. Tabii bu helal konusu gittikçe gelişiyor son zamanlarda. Temel olarak aslında helal değer zincirinin bir ön kavramı olarak helal tedarik zinciri karşımıza çıkıyor. Helal lojistik, yine buna bağlı olarak ambalajlama, depolama, nakliye gibi konular, helal pazar, helal ürün ve hizmetler ve en sonunda da helal ekonomi ve finans meselesine doğru bir geçiş olduğunu görüyoruz. Bu süreç halinde de böyle oldu. Az sonra bir arada helal gıda çalışmaları üzerinde de bahsedeceğim. SİMİK'in kurulmasından sonra gelen konularla ilgili de kısaca bahsedeceğim. Aslında bu mesele helal yönetim sistemi, helal management system, helal yönetim sistemiyle ilgili bir konudur. Burada benim çok önemsediğim iki kavram var. Biri helal yönetim sistemi, ikincisi de helal politika. Yani bu ekonomi politikası olduğu gibi helalin de bir politikası, bir süreç politikası olması gerekiyor. İşte bu kavram için buna daha yakın olan bir kavram olarak helal değer zinciri kavramı karşımıza çıkıyor. Dolayısıyla bir aslında güvence yönetim sistemi biraz belgelendirmeye, akreditasyona yakın bir kavram olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Netice itibariyle bunu aslında biz helal politikası diyebiliriz. Yani helal ekonomi polisiyle olduğu gibi, yani ekonomide bir politikamız, bir tarzımız olduğu gibi helalin tüm sahalarında da böyle bir politikamız olması anlamında bir kavram olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Burada akreditasyon, belgelendirme, süreçler, izlenebilirlik, belgelendirmeyi bilenler bunu bilirler. İşte burada bir takım testlere varıncaya kadar bir süreç vardır. Süreçlerin tamamı. Tabii burada insan unsuru, insan kaynakları devreye giriyor. Danışma kurulları, helal boardlar ve benzeri konularda bununla ilgili. Burada benim sunumumdaki temel kavramlar İslami finans, helal değer zinciri, helal lojistik, helal pazar ve helal politikası şeklinde ilgili kavramlar etrafında bu sunumu düzenlemiş oldum ben. Dolayısıyla buradaki aslında temel tezimiz helal çalışmalarıyla İslami ekonomi arasındaki ilişkiyi gözden geçirip bu ilişkinin sağlanmasıdır. Yani esas buradaki sunumun amacı helal ayrı bir sahada gidiyormuş gibi bir hem akademik anlamda böyle hem de pratikte birbirinden bağımsız gibi devam ediyor. Burada İslam ekonomisinin avantajlı durumuyla karşı karşıya geliyoruz. İslam ekonomisi daha da erken yola çıkmış ve finansal ve ekonomik işlemlerde literatürünü oluşturmuş akademik camia için ve pratikte de bayağı bir bankacılık işlemleri, finansal işlemler bakımından ilerlemiş durumda. Helal çalışmaları ise temelde helal gıda dediğimiz bizim işte Yahudilerin koşerinden başlayarak gıda sistemleri üzerinden ilerlemeye başlamıştı ve daha sonra aslında bu sadece gıda olmayıp değişik alanlarla da ilgili olduğuyla ilgili birçok çalışma yapıldı ve şu an itibariyle az sonra söyleyeceğim 15-16 tane teknik komite ile SİBİK'in çalışmaları devam ediyor. Belki daha fazla. Her bir alanda turizmden kozmetiğe, işte efendim yenilenebilir enerjiden efendim helal yönetim sistemlerine varıncaya kadar yani birçok teknik komiteyle konuların aslında helalin gittikçe böyle bir genişleyen, büyüyen hizmet sektörlerine de hitap eden bir serüveni olduğunu görüyoruz yani burada. Bununla ilgili ben bundan 2 yıl önce bir yazı kaleme almıştım. Helal ekonomi kavramını gündeme almak için Türkiye'de. Yani helal ekonomi araçları ve finansal modeller diye İslam ekonomisi kelimesinin yanında ona karşı değiliz de yani onunla birlikte aslında helal ekonomi kavramıyla asıl amacımız İslami finans ve İslam ekonomisi çalışmalarıyla helal çalışmalarını entegre etmek, birbirlerine yaklaştırmak idi. Bu konuda literatürün yeni olduğunu görüyoruz. Helal tedarik zinciri anlamında çalışmalar daha önceden başlamış fakat helal değer zinciri Endonezya'da özellikle gündeme getirilmiş olan, Malezya'da da kısmen yeni çalışmaların ortaya çıkmış olduğu bir üst kavram, şemsiye kavram olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Bununla ilgili birçok çalışma var. Ben birkaç kaynağı burada zikrettim. Bunların kaynakları daha sonra yayınlanınca yazıda not edilecek hepsi. Şimdi helal değer zincirinin İslam ekonomisiyle ilişkisini kurmadan önce bununla ilgili kavramlar nelerdir? Buna baktığımızda şimdi helal tedarik zinciri aslında bir aşamadan sonra helal değer zinciri kısmına geçiyor. Onun şeklini az sonra göstereceğim. Öyleyse esas itibariyle helal tedarik zinciri bu meselenin aslını oluşturuyor. Lojistik, ham madde, işte ulaşım, ambalajlama, paketleme, tedarikten biraz da pazarlamaya doğru bir çizgi takip ettiğini görüyoruz. Burada buna benzer kavramların da aslında daha önceden kullanıldığını, mesela helal yönetim sistemi kavramı, helal değer zinciri yönetimi deniyor veya helal tedarik zinciri yönetimi şeklinde kavramların daha öncesinde kullandığını görüyoruz. Bu konu aslında temel yapı itibariyle global helal endüstri, helal endüstrisi diye bir kavrama doğru evrildi. Yine bunlarla ilgili de ben bazı şeyler hazırladım, yazılar. Helal parklar bunun bir neticesi. Yani artık bir endüstri haline geliyor. Ülkemizdeki hani meşhur olan teknoparklar gibi işte veya işte teknokentler gibi helal park, helal kent tarzı helalin tüm süreçlerinin kontrol edildiği bir helal park sistemi. Ben Malezya'da araştırma yapmak üzere gittiğimde Johor Helal Park'ı ziyaret edip araştırmalarda bulunmuştum. 3 sene önce yaklaşık. O hala çalışma devam ediyor ve tamamlanıyor. Bu şekilde teknoloji parklarında olduğu gibi veya sanayi sitelerinde olduğu gibi bir helal sanayi sitesi, helal üretim sitesi gibi yani düşünebiliriz bunları. Bununla ilgili de bir takım projeler hazırlamıştım ben. Dolayısıyla endüstriyel hale geldiği zaman ekonomiyle doğrudan ilişkili hale geliyor. Yani bu çalışmalar endüstrileştiği zaman bu sefer finans devreye giriyor, ekonomik araçlar devreye giriyor. Bunun daha da aslında indiğimizde aslında helal değer zincirini söylüyoruz ama bundan yaklaşık 20 yıl önce değer zinciri kavramı yani value chain zaten vardı. Yani önceden ortaya atılmış bir teoriydi ve bunun temel enstrümanlarının ne olacağı, kavramların ne olacağı aslında söylenmişti. Özellikle Porter isimli bir araştırmacının araştırmalarından anlıyoruz ki böyle bir kavram üretme ve aslında biraz ahlaki değerler ve disiplin ve kurallılık, tutarlılık üzerine pazarlama yapmayla ilgili bir kavram olarak karşımıza çıkmıştı. Bu kavramı biraz pazarlama kavramı olan bu kavramı son yıllarda İslam ekonomisi çalışanlar ve helal çalışanlar helal value chain şeklinde helal değer zincirine adapte etmeye çalışmışlardır. Yani yoksa sıfırdan üretmiş olduğumuz bir kavram değildir. Bu kavramda bir takım şeyler var. Yani bakın helali çıkardığımızda bu kavramın anlamı ne oluyor? Helal zinciri fikri kuruluşların süreç görüşüne bir üretim veya hizmet organizasyonunu her biri girdiler, dönüşüm süreçleri, çıktılar olan alt sistemlerden oluşan bir sistem olarak görme fikrine dayanıyor. Yani sürecin tamamını bir sistem halinde görmeye dayanıyor. Bunu tabi İslam hukukuna göre, İslam iktisadına göre veya helale göre uyguladığımızda helal değer zinciri kavramıyla karşı karşıya kalıyoruz. Nitekim bu zincirin helal olmadanki haliyle ilgili bir takım işte gelen lojistik işlemler, giden lojistik ham madde ve lojistik işlemleri, pazarlama, satış, hizmet sektörlerinin tamamını içeren bir süreç halinde aslında value chain kurulmuş bir kavram ve sistem idi. Bunun helal üzerinden uygulanmasını görmüş oluruz. İşte bunun destek faaliyetleri de var. İnsan altyapısı var, insan kaynakları var, teknolojik gelişim var, tedarik var. Bunlardan da vakit kalırsa biraz bahsedeceğim. Yani teknoloji ve yeni teknolojik fintechlerle ilgisinden bahsetmeye çalışacağım. Yani burada iki temel alan faaliyeti hem üretim hem de dağıtım, yani üretim ve pazarlama dediğimiz bizim Türkçemizde. Bu alanların, bu süreçlerin helale uygun şekilde yapılması anlamına gelen bir kavramla karşı karşıyayız. Evet, az önce bahsettiğim şey buydu. Şöyle başlıyor. Önce Müslümanlar şirket kuruyor. Daha sonra helal üretim başlıyor. Production. Daha sonra işte helal tedarik zincirine ulaşıyor. En son şu an yani ulaştığımız bu kavram olarak diyelim, yani gündemde olan kavram olarak işte helal değer zinciri kavramına doğru bir endüstrileşme ve endüstrinin neticesinde, üretimin neticesinde tedariği de içine alan fakat daha yukarıda bir kavram haline gelmiş oluyor. Burada İslami finansa bir atıf yaparsak, yani aslında İslami finansın da bu döngünün bir parçası olması veya aslında bu döngünün tamamında İslami finansın yer aldığını, çünkü ham madde almak için de bir finansa ihtiyacımız var, pazarlama için de finansa ihtiyacımız var. Dolayısıyla finansın bu aşamaların her birinde yer aldığını görüyoruz. Yani paranın burada yer aldığını görüyoruz. Öyleyse bu sektörle adapte edilip birlikte değerlendirildiğinde, helal değer zinciri içerisine katıldığında, yani daha açık söylemek gerekirse, yani faize dayalı olmayan bir sermaye ile üretilmiş olan bir ürünün helal pazarda hizmeti anlamına gelmiş olacak. Yani İslami finans sistemlerindeki helal ve meşru olan finansman tekniklerini kullanmış olan bir şirketin üretmiş olduğu ürünler helal parktan geçebilecek veya helal belgelendirme alabilecek veya işte helal pazarda pay alabilecek anlamında böyle bir birliktelik ifade ediyor. Helal belgelendirme alanları az önce bahsettiğimiz teknik komitelerde 15-16 galiba var. Yani birçok komite var. Normalde bu gıda ile başlamıştı. Sonra kozmetik, sonra hizmet yerleri, denetimleri, sonra yenilenebilir enerji, helal turizm, tarımsal işlemler, helal ulaşım, bookingler, deri ve tabaklama hizmetleri, tekstil hizmetleri, helal tekstil diye bir kavram da var. Helal tedarik zinciri, teknik komite 10'da zaten bu gündeme alınmıştı. Helal yönetim sistemleri, tehlikeli madde taşımacılığı, mücevherat, petrol ürünleri, bunların helal standartlara uygun şekilde yapılması ve teknoloji komitesi şeklinde ve diğerleri şeklinde devam etmekte. Şimdi burada bir diğer, vaktimde herhalde ne kadar kaldı bilmiyorum, yanaşıyordur. Yavaş yavaş sonlandırmış olayım ben de çok uzatmadan. Helal sertifika ile de helal değer zincirinin bir ilişkisi var. Şimdi bununla ilgili de ben birkaç yazı kaleme almıştım. Helal belgelendirmenin blok zincir teknolojisinden, yeni teknolojilerden istifade etmesi mümkündür ve mesela e-helal ağı gibi networklerin kurulması ve pazarların bu network sistemiyle çok hızlı bir şekilde ulaşılması. Bununla ilgili birkaç örnek verdim. Şimdi burada uluslararası toplantıda marka ismi vermek istemiyorum. Yazılarımda zikretmiştim. Sisteme giriyorsunuz ve size çok hızlı bir şekilde helal ürünler içerisinde alternatifler sunuyor. Yani bu harika bir şey ve bu pazarlamayla ilgili daha çok tabii kısım ilgilendiriyor. Yine aynı şekilde bu yeni modern finansal teknolojilerin helalle adaptasyonu ve helalle ilişkisinin kurulması bu sürecin daha sağlıklı ve hızlı bir şekilde işlemesini sağlayabilir diye bir öngörü sadece bu. Tabii çalışılması gereken, altyapısı olması gereken, hani akademik anlamda literatürün oluşması gereken bir şey. Biz de bu konuyla ilgili işte bahsi geçen bir kitap, edit kitap, böyle bir toplantı tesis etmiştik. Blockchain teknolojisi ve fintech, İslami fintechler üzerine bir çalışma kitabımız yayınlandı Necmettin Erbakan Üniversitesi tarafından. Bu da çok önemli bir ortak ağ kurmaya yönelik bir şey olabilir. Sona doğru İslami finansla ilgili tabii birkaç şeyi söylemek isterim. Temel bunlar, yani pratik değil de. Şimdi İslami finansın en temel şeyi, yani ilkesi faiz yasağı meselesi. Gararın olmaması, cehaletin olmaması ilkeleri var ama temelde, yani esas itibariyle faizsiz bir sistem önermesi. O zaman bunun yerine işte katılımcılık, işte risk paylaşımı, yani risk transferi değil, risk paylaşımını esas alıyor. İşte varlığa dayalı ticari işlemleri esas alıyor. Potansiyel sermaye olarak parayı kabul ediyor. Spekülatif hareketleri yasaklıyor ve sözleşmelerin dokunulmazlığı esasını getirerek işte birçok sözleşmeye izin veriyor. Yani satım sözleşmesi başta olmak üzere Selem dediğimiz bizim uygulamanın modern versiyonları da biliyorsunuz çıktı. Bunlara izin veren bir sistemi var. Burada tabii klasik iktisat tarihi sistemine göre sadece İslam'ın izin vermediği, zulüm olarak gördüğü ve haram saydığı şey faizdir. Yani sermayeye karşı faiz almayı, bunun tabii çok derin tahlilleri vardır. Yani şu anda bunu yapamayacağız. Bunun iktisatçılar bakımından tabii farklı değerlendirilebilir ama büyük şemsiye açısından baktığımızda faiz yasağının aslında insanların birbirini sömürmesini engellemeye yönelik büyük bir sistem olduğunu görebiliriz. Faize alternatif uygulamalar tarihi süreçte olmuş, günümüzde de yine finansman tekniği olarak var. İşte mudarabe para vakıfları günümüzde ve tarihte. İşte tarihte yine beybil ve faiz istilal tarzı, esham ve evkaf tarzı, sukuk tarzı modern teknikler ortaya çıkmış. Bunları ilgilileri biliyor zaten. Bunları ben bir şekilde toplayarak tarihte neler oldu, hangi şeyler kullanıldı, günümüzde hangileri kullanılıyor diye bir şey yapmıştım. Yani İslami bankaların kullanmış olduğu sistemleri yapmıştım. Neticelendirelim uzatmadan. Şimdi helal çalışmalar ile İslami finans arasında ilişkiler geliştirilmelidir. Yani iki ayrı kulvarda gitmesi hem güç kaybına neden oluyor. Ortak kesişim alanları var. Buraların düzenlenmesi, yani mesela standart meselesi vardı. Biz helal gıda çalışmalarına 10 küsur yıldır ben çalışmalar içerisindeyim. Helal gıda standartları SİMİK tarafından ortaya konuldu. Daha önceden de vardı. Aynı şekilde baktık ki İslam ekonomisinde de AOF standartlarında olduğu gibi bir standartlaşmaya doğru gidiş var. Öyleyse bu standartların senkronize edilmesinin fevkalade güç birliği sağlayacağını ve helale daha sağlıklı ulaşmayı sağlayacağını düşünüyorum. Helal değer zinciri kavramı İslami finansa da içine alan geniş bir kavram. Şimdi tabii burada İslami finansçılar İslami finansın daha büyük olduğunu iddia edebilirler haklı olarak. Çünkü orada çok büyük veri ve literatür birikimiyle karşı karşıyayız ama netice itibariyle bunlar birbirini kuşatan şeylerdir. Birbirinin zıttı olan aykırı şeyler değildir. Aynı kulvarda birlikte yürüyebilirler. Yine burada bahsettiğimiz gibi helal endüstri, helal pazar, helal tedarik zinciri, helal ürün ve hizmetler, bütün bu sektörlerin tamamı İslami finansla da yakında ilgili. Pazar finansın da bir parçası. Son olarak akademik çalışmalarda gözden kaçırılan helal çalışmalar ile İslam ekonomisi arasındaki bağ, helal değer zinciri kavramı üzerinden kurulabilir. Yani bu literatür ortaya çıktığında ortak konular tespit edilip helal değer zinciri ile İslami finans arasında bir birliktelik oluşturulabilir kanaatindeyim. Beni sabırla dinlediğiniz için hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Murad. you ended your presentation exactly in the allocated time, so that's something good. And also we thank the interpreter for giving us a very good information about the presentation. This is not an easy job, and we thank the interpreter as well. So now we move to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Abdulrahman Yazigi. He is the Director of International Center for Islamic Economics and Finance and faculty member in the Faculty of Islamic Studies at the Social Sciences University of Ankara. He worked as a full-time research economist at the General Council for Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions between 2016 and 18. He received his PhD from Istanbul University on Islamic Law and has a bachelor degree in economics and Sharia. He studied in Damascus Institute for Arabic Language and Literature in Syria, and he is also a certified Sharia advisor and auditor. His research field covers Islamic law, Islamic economics and finance, Sharia governance, financial standards, and takaful. So please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Dear Chairman, dear distinguished speakers, dear distinguished participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, in my speech, I would like to focus on halal economy and its relation with Islamic economy, and status of Islamic economy, and main characteristic of Islamic halal economy, and the role of halal economy in achieving sustainable development goals of United Nations, and I will conclude my speech. Actually, many points presented by Professor Kabir and Professor Murad. Maybe some points will be a repetition, but I will briefly present. Actually, halal is a Quranic term that means permitted, allowed, lawful, or legal. Also, it is opposite is haram, forbidden, unlawful, and illegal. The concept is halal here not only restricted to food and beverage. As mentioned in previous presentations, it consists of anything that is free from any haram or prohibited component from consuming and producing. Halal economy in that point and Islamic economy can be used interchangeably, and it covers sectors including products, services, businesses, and operations that are compliant with Islamic principles. Also, becoming halal directly impacts the core products and services offered in a number of economic sectors, including food, finance, clothing, tourism, media and recreation, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, media, as well in service sectors like marketing, supply chain, logistics, packaging, manufacturing, branding, and financing. Also, when we look at the size, all of these sectors are expected to return the pre-pandemic level by end of this year. Also, we noticed the huge increase in its size and its coverage. Also, when we look at the main features, main characteristics of the halal economy, actually the halal economy, halal industry has a potential growth in the global economy. Currently, the supply is not enough to meet the demand in the world. Hence, the world halal industry is a globalized and become a cross-border business sector. The halal economy has extended not only its product sectors like halal products, food, cosmetics, also in service sectors like marketing, supply chain, logistics, branding, and manufacturing. Also, as mentioned, the halal market is non-exclusive to Muslims and has gained increasing acceptance among non-Muslim consumers who associate halal with ethical and sustainable consumerism. Also, it is not surprising that the biggest halal food manufacturers and exporters are located in non-Muslim countries like the United States, Brazil, Argentina, or China. Here, the label or etiquette of the halal to a product is not just a guarantee that the product is permitted for Muslims, but also it has become a global symbol for quality assurance and a lifestyle choice. Also, there is a strong relation between the halal economy and Islamic finance. The halal economy and Islamic finance industries are natural economic partners. They benefit from each other. Sometimes they complement each other. For halal industries, Islamic finance completes their operations, integrity, and unlocks new sources of ethical and economically sustainable funding. For Islamic finance, Sharia-compliant companies get enlisted on the ethical indices services, which are generally sought as alternative asset classes for investment in the world markets. Also here, huge opportunities exist in the funding options for trade financing, working capital, raw materials, asset financing, as well as raising capital to fund expenditure, not only through Islamic banking solutions, but also through Sharia-compliant crowdfunding, venture capital financing, and private equity funding. Also, there are some benefits for Islamic financial institutions. They have many opportunities to expand new businesses' potentials by supporting to the financial needs of the halal economy stakeholders. Also, as mentioned by Professor Murad, the establishment of halal parks around the world also provides various opportunities for SMEs to get skill and knowledge in the production, packaging, and marketing of halal products. Also, for Islamic financial institutions, have a promising opportunity to encourage companies whose core businesses are halal to utilize Islamic financing facilities and achieve a wholly Sharia-compliant status. Companies in the halal industry, like any other businesses, have various financial needs, including trade finance, risk management, capital expenditure funds, liquidity management, working capital needs, and other corporate financial solutions. Accordingly, Islamic finance is an important way for channeling surplus funds into productive investment funds throughout the value chain within the halal economy. Actually, as we know, the United Nations adopted and promoted the Millennium Development Goals in 2000 before the Sustainable Development Goals, and United Member States have agreed to try to achieve 8 goals by the year 2015, and then 2015 adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it is 17 Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. In order to achieve SDGs, also UNDP and Islamic Development Bank, we know, collaborated and also established some platforms. Here we see the role of halal economy in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is very important. Also, as mentioned, some characteristics of Islamic economy by previous panelists. Because the essential principle in being halal is that products and goods and services must be good, beneficial for the entire ecosystem, humans, animals, and the environment. Here, the underlying agenda of halal industry ensures all related sectors work in accordance to Sharia principles in its funding sources and in productive processes, and materials are used in manufacturing, the logistic managements, and the final products must all fulfill halal concept. Many founding principles of Islamic economy are naturally aligned with the universally recognized values of ethics and sustainability. Also, Islamic values have a universal appeal, making many halal products and services equally attractive to non-Muslim consumers. It should be highlighted here the two of the most important components of Maqasid Sharia are socioeconomic justice and the well-being of all Allah's creatures. As such, the values promoted by halal social responsibility, taking care of the earth, economic and social justice, animal welfare, and ethical investment have gathered interest beyond its religious compliance. Maybe I can finish my presentation here. I can expand some points with questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Rahman. So, Alhamdulillah, we have heard three very beneficial presentations, and I'm sure that there are many questions or comments from the audience. But before I open the floor to the audience to ask their questions or provide some comments, I would like to ask the panelists some questions and you know, listen to their perspectives on these some of these issues. So the first question I would like to ask is in relation to the role that can be played by universities, research institutes, research centers. So do the panelists think that such institutes can play a role in facilitating the integration between Islamic finance industry and the halal industry? And what would be the scope and nature of such roles, starting with Prof. Kabir?
Yes, there is one projection is that right now there is over 50,000 employment in this Islamic halal ecosystem. So that means there is a demand for this type of skill set. Unfortunately, because this Islamic finance has not really developed a discipline on its own. So if you look at any Islamic finance program, bachelor's, master's, or PhD, you'll see it's a 10 courses out of 10, 6 are conventional banking and finance, and 4 are Sharia, and they make it an Islamic finance course. I think that will not do the purpose. One of the major criticism of Islamic finance industry that many people say it's a fad, it's going to go away. Part of the reason is that we have not integrated the modern financial concept within the context of Islam. So it's not like, you know, you take a conventional microeconomics book and just add few ayat from the Quran, few hadith. It doesn't make an Islamic economics course. So you need to develop this Islamic curriculum, the literature, the books, and unfortunately we are not spending money on this area. Having said this, we have to do this. University has to come forward because university ultimately provides you that long-term human capital. Short-term, you can have, you know, some training courses that just fulfills your short-term need, but that doesn't really fulfill your long-term need. So I would say that Islamic finance infrastructure, the Turkish presidency is trying to do, look at this fundamental part. And I have noticed that that has been somehow ignored in every Muslim country. But Indonesia is doing something new because that KNEKS, the Islamic economic ecosystem, has been brought under the presidency. So it is providing support mechanism in terms of money, research money, and so on. So I would request the Turkish scholars, start with your own language. Then you can go with the English, and that will be a lot easier. Yes, conclusion, university should and will play a very critical role in this system.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir. Certainly something to take into consideration. Now, Prof. Murad, again, also being a dean of faculty at the university, what is your take on this issue, and how do you think that also your university can play a role in facilitating such integration?
Thank you. Yine Türkçe konuşarak şey yapacağım. Soruyu anladım. Evet. Şimdi üniversitelerin ve özellikle de aslında hükümetlerin rolü ne olmalıdır bu süreçlerde? Bu önemli bir şey. Şimdi burada birkaç enstrüman var. Bir, uluslararası örgütler, uluslararası kuruluşlar var. Bu fevkalade önemli. Uluslararası standartlar var. Bu önemli. İkincisi, tabii ki yasaların da, kanunların da bu işleri kolaylaştıracak, işbirliğini, İslami ekonomi araçlarının gelişmesini sağlayacak bir takım kolaylıkların, sadece aslında bu İslami ekonomi için değil, aslında ekonominin temel sorunudur. Yani yasaların ekonomik gelişmeye engel olmaması diye bir sorun, yani engel olması diye bir sorun vardır. Bunu aşmak için çalışılır. Yani yasa gerekir, altyapı gerekir, güvence gerekir. Aynı şey İslam ekonomisi için de geçerli. Bunun üniversite ayağı da var. Yani 3. aşama olarak söyleyebiliriz. Akademik altyapısını sağlayamadığımız projeleri veya işte fikirlerin sürdürülebilirliğini sağlayamayız. Bunun için akademik altyapı gerekiyor. Yani bu toplantıya benzer toplantılar, kitaplar, eserler, işte uluslararası çalışmalar yapılarak üniversitelerin de burada çok önemli bir rol oynadığını söyleyebilirim. Sadece gıda için değil, mesela İslam ekonomisiyle ilgili de bir takım merkezler, enstitüler kuruldu. Ülkemizde de kuruldu, uluslararası kuruluşlar da var. Gıda ile ilgili de ülkemizde yine üniversitelerde helal gıda konusunda, yani gıda dediğimiz gıda zaten var da helal gıda konusunda da birkaç merkez bulunuyor, çalışmalar yapıyorlar. En son duydum, Lokman Hekim Üniversitesi de böyle bir merkez açmış. Necmettin Erbakan Üniversitesi'nde var. Helal turizmle ilgili yine Isparta Üniversitesi'nin var. Yine Sebahattin Zaim Üniversitesi'nin helal gıda konusunda merkezleri var. Bunların bir kısmının laboratuvarı var, bir kısmı sadece akademik ve bilgilendirme çalışması yapıyor. Bunların çoğalıp bu altyapıyı sağlaması ve bu bahsettiğimiz İslam ekonomisiyle helal değer zinciri arasındaki ilişkiyi de bu şekilde daha sağlıklı bir şekilde kurabileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your comment. And finally, Dr. Abdurrahman, also being a director of the International Center for Islamic Economics and Finance, what are your thoughts on the role that can be played by universities and research centers in this integration?
Thank you, Dr. Mada, for your question, important question. Actually, as mentioned by Professor Murad, we see a few studies in this area. Also, unfortunately, research studies in this area provides limited insights because there is a limited opportunity to get life experiences, real life experiences, or conclusions of this economy. For this reason, maybe also we see this problem related to Waqf and Zakat, because many academic research, many academic studies, they cannot connect with this financing and with their real life consequences. It is an important point. It is also raised many researchers, this issue. Yeah, as mentioned, also set up new universities, new centers focusing on this area with interdisciplinary studies and developing, blending finance products, we can success this issue.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abdurrahman. Another question to all the panelists before I open the floor to the audience. If, let's say, you can determine one key critical success factor that will assist in the integration or in the creation of a halal ecosystem in Turkey, what would be that key critical success factor in your opinion, starting with Prof. Murad?
Thank you. Evet, yani bu önemli bir soru. Teşekkür ediyorum. Şimdi burada tabii kilit oyuncular var. Yani bu zaten böyle bir kurallı bir şey de değil. Yani aslında şöyle sosyal bir bilim olduğu için ekonomi çok değişkeni, çok etkenleri çok olan bir şeyden bahsediyoruz. Dolayısıyla şimdi burada hangi araçlar acaba daha çok bizler için bu gelişmeleri, hem İslam ekonomisi gelişmelerini hem de helal değer zincir gelişmelerini öne çıkarabilir diye baktığımızda, yani sadece akademik bilgi üretmek bunu sağlamayacağı gibi, akademik bilgi olmadan doğrudan pazara gitmek de bunu sağlamayacak. Yani bu bir enstrümanlarıyla birlikte var olan bir şey. Yani bir bütünlük içerisinde var olan bir çalışma. Dolayısıyla burada ne tür araçlar olabilir diye sorduğumuzda bir yerden başlamak gerekiyor. Yani işte sukuk örneği var, işte sigortada tekafül örneği var, İslam açısından. İşte belgelendirmede işte SİMİK örneğimiz var elimizde ve standartlarımız var. Uluslararası belgelendirme açısından. Bunların hangi aracını yaptığımızda daha çok ilerleyeceğimizi öngörmek güçtür. Bakarsınız çok küçük bir adım çok büyük bir uluslararası etki yapabilir ve ekonomik getiri sağlayabilir. Bakarsınız çok büyük yatırımlarınız böyle bir şeyi sağlanmayabilir. Burada hassas olan nokta şudur. Ben helal bakımından meseleye baktığımda burada algı yönetiminin çok sağlıklı yapılması gerekiyor. Yani araçların bunu kullanırken kendilerini çok iyi anlatabilmeleri gerekiyor. Sayın Kabir Hasan söyledi, yani sadece ayetleri, hadisleri söylemekle değil de bu konuda bir bilgi birikimine, uluslararası bir bilgi birikimine ihtiyaç var. Ve helal konusu biraz da hassas bir konudur. Yani helal konusunda ufak bir yapacağınız hata bazen çok büyük şeylere, yani kötü reklama neden olabilir. Hakkınızda, aleyhinizde şey olabilir. Burada hem altyapısı düzgün hem de dikkatle yapılmış, hassasiyetle yapılmış adımlarla devam etmesi de fevkalade önemli. Burada doğrudan bir araç söyleyemem. Yani mesela aslında benim arzu ettiğim şey İslami bankacılığın gelişmesi, mali sektörün gelişmesi değil herkes gibi. Yani İslami ekonomi aslında reel ekonomiye dayalı pratik ticari işlemler üzerine kurulmuş bir şeyi öneriyor. İşte mudarebe sisteminde olduğu gibi. Yani mudarebeyi çok iyi aktive edebilsek aslında reel bir ekonomik araç olarak bunu kullanabiliriz. Veya sadece büyük sermayeleri, büyük şirketleri değil de küçük ölçekte KOBİ'leri de dikkate alan bir ekonomik yapıya doğru gittiğimizde İslam ekonomisinin işte bu helal değerler çerçevesinde toplumdaki huzur ve refahın artması, işte servetin dengeli paylaşılması, insanlar arasında barış ve refahın sağlanması anlamında çok büyük katkıları olacağına inanıyoruz ve potansiyel olarak bu var. Fakat bunun icraata geçirilmesi, bir şekilde araçlarının, enstrümanlarının var edilmesi gerekiyor. Yani doğrudan şu enstrümandır diyememekle birlikte bunların birbirlerini destekleyerek bir şekilde hem uluslararası işbirliği ile birlikte işte İslam ülkelerindeki, sadece İslam ülkelerinde değil Avrupa'da da İslami sermaye var. Orada da büyük bir İslami sermayeden bahsediliyor. Malezya örneğinde olduğu gibi Uzak Doğu'da da var, Arap ülkelerinde de var. Dolayısıyla bu işbirlikleri de bize yeni kapılar açacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much. So basically devising the right instruments and also creating collaboration between various countries can be one of the success factors for the facilitation of this integration. Now, Dr. Abdurrahman, also if you want to add or you can talk about one very specific success factor that you feel is important to create this halal ecosystem and create this integration.
Actually, difficult to say one key for this. On the other hand, there are we see growth drivers. The size of Muslims increase, also population of Muslims decrease, also size of Islamic economy grow. On the other hand, we may increase awareness about this issue. We can focus on synergy of the components of Islamic economy, halal economy. But I don't think so is to say one K.
I mean awareness also is something important. And finally, Prof. Kabir, if you want to talk about something that you feel is.
Yes, actually the most important factor for the development of halal Islamic finance or halal industry in Turkey is the political will. The reason I'm saying this, let me give you an example of my country of birth, is Bangladesh. I'm a US citizen now. Bangladesh is a secular country, and little different than Turkey. The constitution starts with Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The state religion is Islam, but everything else is supposed to be secular. The Islamic banking started the same year 1983 in Malaysia and Bangladesh. But in Malaysia, when it started, the government created a law, a framework, and infrastructures to promote this industry. So impetus came from the top to the down. The government created law and regulations, created an environment through which the industry can flourish. So in Malaysia now has become the world leader in Islamic finance. But look, in Bangladesh, even though there is no Islamic banking law, 30% of the finance industry is Islamic. So I'm saying the demand is there. All we need a blessing from the top. And I'm hopeful His Excellency President Recep Erdogan, through his leadership and all the activities he's taking, the Islamic finance will take a route. If it takes a route in Turkey, Turkey has a huge skilled manpower. People are generally religious. If you can bring the best of Islamic finance. But as Professor Simsek mentioned, that if you make a mistake when you start, there are some mistakes the other countries have done. The conventional, the commercial sector is about 80%, but Islamic finance is not only commercial bank or takaful, it's more than that. So very often we talk about that the essence of Islamic finance, we do not see the essence being reflected in our activities. So in order to bring this thing, we need to really, to begin with, create this policy or framework that you are doing, where you integrate Islamic commercial finance as well as Islamic social finance is one whole, holistic way, and that will bring the best of Islamic finance for the economy, for the Turkish citizen, and for the rest of the world to follow. Of course, the other factors are there. You have to cooperate. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. If something is done properly in other countries, we can borrow that idea and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir. Now, since we are running out of time, maybe we'll open the floor for some questions or comments from the audience. Please, if you can state your name, your organization, and to whom you are addressing this question. Yes, please. Yeah.
May I?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saida Ahmed. I'm from the UK. I've set up a marketplace for halal, and it's specifically because I feel that the integration of halal, Islamic finance and SDGs does not currently exist. And after knocking on the doors of Islamic finance organizations who could only think in their silo, and going to halal organizations who could think in their silo, and then the secular world which looks at SDGs but do not relate it to Islam because they see halal as barbaric and mean. I thought, I've spent years doing this, now I just have to do it. So I'm actually doing this from the UK and will link with the Muslim world. But one of the key factors in this is that where educators are concerned, and if you look at the education industry, which I'm part of, I have found that that silo thinking has translated into policy, and not actually even, doesn't even go as far as action. So we have got people who are studying Sharia, Islam, business, and there's no mention of how do you implement that through human, caring, environmental projects. The important questions I have, and it's not to any specific panelist, is how do we ensure that those educators, and we're not talking about just the Islamic educators, but across the board, we can redefine halal from a compassionate point of view, because Islam starts with compassion. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Our economy must have compassion integrated in there, and our actions must have compassion integrated in there. How do we ensure that the educators are working to educate about the Islamic economy with the core principles, not just SDG, but wider than that, because Hukukul Ibad is wider than SDGs. How do we do it? Translate it and enable the students to be activists for the halal economy, the true halal economy, not the marketing and the commercial opportunity. And then secondly, what measures do we put in place so that those businesses that claim to operate in the Muslim economy are not wolves dressed in sheep's clothing, and they're taking advantage of people who want to invest in halal but have no moral compass and values that are about the Islamic economy?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very important questions. But maybe we can take another question before we give the opportunity to the panelists to answer. Yes. Oh, we have so many questions.
Yeah, may I? Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Yes.
Sir, here. Sir, during your speech, you have mentioned regarding the statement of Vatican that we cannot take Islamic finance and Islamic food or halal food from Muslims.
Yeah. I think it's the opposite. Prof. Kabir saying that we can learn from the Muslims two things: halal food and halal finance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Sami Hamdi, Halal Travel Guide. First of all, thank you very much. It was a very enlightening panel. And to the moderator, bravo. I mean, the way you got the information out is very excellent as well. I want to second a lot of what Saeed said as well. But I want to ask a question specifically. I mean, you mentioned the idea that there needs to be infrastructure and the like, and perhaps collaboration between different countries, implying that governments should be doing more to encourage it. But for example, if we take another field such as city planning, we know in the UK, for example, that Ebenezer Howard, who argued that everybody should have access to a garden, began in the 1900s trying to get individual corporates to establish his own villages. And even though they failed, it was not until 1940 that the government decided, okay, we will try to do these ideas ourselves and we will make it state policy. My question being here is, to what extent can individual actors, can private actors, can the private banks, can private enterprise and venture capital and the like, I mean, one of the professors was mentioning this idea of too big, too risky, too small, these kind of things. But to what extent can private enterprise really push this initiative, even without necessarily government enthusiasm, though there is some government support, but without government enthusiasm? And to what extent can these values be entrenched that perhaps later generations can then make into policy? Or is it we just have to wait until, you know, there are more Recep Tayyip Erdogans in the region?
Okay. One final question before we give the opportunity to the panelists. Okay, I saw him first, so I'm sorry.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Abdul Hamid Nuruddin from the United States and AFI Asset Management. My first question is to Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan. You had mentioned that the halal industry lacks investment and funding from IFIs and that perhaps there are opportunities within social finance and Islamic participation finance. When you mention social finance, are you referring to blockchain, fintech, crowdfunding, etc.? And if not, if some type of social finance movement was to come about, what is the possibility that a government, perhaps the government I come from, could interfere and stop it? And then the second question is to Dr. Murat. He mentioned that there is a potential role for blockchain in the halal value chain. What is that role and how big can that impact be? Wa jazakallah khair.
Okay, so now maybe you give the opportunity to the panelists to answer the questions. So the first question about the role of educators and the measures that needs to be taken into place to make sure that whoever is saying that I'm providing halal products really giving halal products, the authenticity of these products. No, I mean,
let me take a shot at it. So with sister first, actually spoke my mind. You know, I asked this question myself. I have been doing Islamic finance research for 20 plus years. I have written a lot of papers. Even I look at on my papers, I ask myself, 90% of the paper, why do I write this paper? I mean, how am I contributing to the social value? I'm changing things. It's like another KPI in my professional development. Or people say, Dr. Hassan, you have done such and such, mashallah, you know. Now the silo exists, so you really need to revamp your entire education system to begin with, so that we do not think differently. An Islamic finance industry, from the operational aspect and from the intellectual aspect, has developed as a prohibition-driven industry. Don't do, don't do, don't do, don't do. It has not become a positive-driven industry. Like SDG is not somebody Jeffrey Sachs created. He's borrowed this idea from Islamic values. If you look the Quran and Hadith, all these SDG goals, you're talking about this in the different ayah and Hadith in the Quran, right? But we have not been able to sell our own ideas because we have been captured by the colonial mentality, whether you live in UK or I live in Bangladesh. So we need to really need to get out of these things. We need to go back to our own history. We have a rich history. We have taught the Westerners how to live a life. Now we have to go back, so we have to change the thought process. Now that takes one of these things, I really mean it. Curriculum development is very important. And interestingly, I mean, this big event, I'm sure somebody donated a lot of money or they have generated. But if you ask an educator that I give you £200,000, you write a book, authentic book, 3 years, this is all you will do. We do not do that. So writing a textbook, because I have written one, about 3 people, 3 years, like 200-page books, it takes a lot of your energy, integration, and so on. Sometimes the policymakers don't even understand what it takes. Now coming back to your question, brother, the Islamic social finance, I mean not blockchain, it's a technology. I mean zakat, waqf, sadaqah, qardul hasan, microfinance. Of course, all those things can be promulgated from blockchain, fintech. Fintech has become part of our life. We cannot really ignore it in order to promote Islamic finance. Like Islamic financial inclusion, this fintech can play a very critical role to bring Islamic finance into different parts of the world. One last point, you know, Muhammad Yunus came from Bangladesh. He invented Grameen Bank. We are very proud of him. We talk about he eradicated poverty and so on. There has been grassroots level or studies done. Actually, poverty has not been reduced in Bangladesh. What he has done in the process has made riba very popular in the nook and corner of Bangladesh. So actually, riba is a very deadly sin in Islam. So we really need to counter this. So we're bringing up with, even if we do microfinance, we have to do it Islamic product with. The product development, as you said, is very important. But unfortunately, that mindset, the silo, we really need to bring it together in one place. Final thing, Oxford University has a program called Faith Aligned Investment Project, and I'm on their advisory board. They are trying to bring in, now modern economics of finance was value-free. Now they're trying to bring the value together, and one of the important, all 3 monotheistic religions, 7 religions studied, they have principles that you can derive, all leads towards impact and value-based finance. And this is where we need to go for good for the Muslim, non-Muslim, for the entire world. Thank you.
Yeah. Prof. Murad, if you can just in 1 minute answer the question, what is the role of blockchain in the halal industry and what can be done in terms of in relation to blockchain?
Tall answer. Kısaca ben cevap vermiş olayım. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yani bununla ilgili ben birkaç çalışma yaptım. Tabii spesifik olarak şudur demek zor. Mesela bazı sukuk arzlarının blockchain üzerinden yapılmasıyla ilgili çalışmalar var. Biliyoruz dünyada. Bazı sektörlerin blok zinciri teknolojisi kullanarak İslami usulle arzlar yapması mümkün görünüyor. Bunun biz tabii dini meşruiyeti üzerine biraz çalıştık. Ben birkaç şey yazdım. İşte bir edit kitap üniversitede çıkardık. Burada bunun işte vakıf gibi, zekat gibi müessese daha çok küçük çaplı, Profesör Hasan'ın söylediği gibi yani küçük çaplı mikrofinans işlemleri için daha çok işlevsel olduğunu şu anda görüyoruz. Ama bir ileride belki daha da makrofinans açısından da önemli sonuçlar doğuracak bir şey var. Burada tabii sadece blockchain'i kastettim, kripto parayı kastetmiyorum. O ayrı bir bağlam. Onu ayrıca tartışmak gerekiyor. Farklı hükümleri, işte dini bakımdan eleştirileri veya işte fetvaları var. Ama teknoloji olmak bakımından finansal teknolojiler İslami finansı da istatistik olarak hızlandırmış durumda. Yani bunu istatistik olarak da görmekteyiz. Belki daha da yaygınlaştıracak. Burada bir şey geçmişti, ikinci sorusu geçmişti hanımefendinin. Orada işte eğitimle birlikte hükümetlerin fonksiyonu ne olacak diye bir şey var. Şimdi burada sadece hükümetlerden beklemek gerekmiyor. Yani insanlar kendileri eğer engel olunmuyorsa Müslümanlar bir araya gelerek çok büyük işler yapabilirler. Yani uluslararası işler yapabilirler. Bu blockchain teknolojisi de aslında bir araya gelerek tüm Müslümanların ortak barışa yönelik, kâra yönelik işler yapabileceğini gösteren ve sağlayacak bir teknoloji olarak karşımıza çıkıyor ve zaten merkeziyetsiz olması herhangi bir hükümete veya bir şirkete bir merkeze ihtiyaç duymadan Müslümanların bir araya gelmesini de sağlayabilecek bir imkan gibi görünüyor. Blok zincir teknolojisi için bunu söyleyebilirim ama tabii bu çok uzunca konuşulması gereken bir şeydir. Teşekkür ediyorum. Bu kadar.
Thank you very much, Murad. And I know that another brother has asked a question about the role of private individuals. If also I know that I have exceeded the time, but if it's possible for 1 or 2 minutes, any of the panelists, if they can, wants to add something into this.
Actually, I would like to add some points. Actually, there is a good relation, direct relation between the Maqasid Sharia proposal of Islam and SDGs here. When we look at directly the content of the Islamic financial products and services, we see impact, social development, and unrelated points. Here, we may look at some experiences and best practices around the world. For example, in Indonesia, Baitul Amwal Tanwil, BMTs, very important because they integrate Islamic social finance instruments with commercial contracts, and it is it can be a good example for this. Also, it is extensively used in halal industry.
I just want to add something about the role of private individual. Some way in our mind we have segregated ritual with the essence of Islam. We pray 5 times in congregation prayer, big businessman, but he separates his life from the mosque and the dunya. When it comes to the dunya, he doesn't really care. He follows the conventional principle, all these things. So that mindset, it will take long time. We have to go back to the Islamic values and education. It has to start from very little. If we did not, at the adult education, we really need to bring them together. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. Last point. You'll find all this sovereign wealth fund from the GCC countries are going to developed countries. That money will not go to poor Muslim country because the rate of return is not there or very risky. That person or many people are very religious minded, they will not risk even 10% of their capital. There are 30% of the Muslim young adults are unemployed, highly educated. They need seed capital, SME, partnership, startup. So those kind of activities they can promote. If the money is lost, you'll get the reward in the day of judgment. But that mindset we really need to change. And I also ask you the same question, think how can we do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much at the end of this session for the respected panelists for their views and their presentations and their insights, and also for the audience for their questions and comments. And I apologize, we have exceeded the time, so we cannot take any more questions. And with this, I end the session. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Okay, thanks to all our panelists for their beneficial speeches. Now, for the plaque ceremony, I would like to invite again His Excellency, Mr. Isanovic, the SMIC Secretary General, to deliver the plaque to our speakers. So the first plaque is delivering to the moderator, Mr. Mada Munjit. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for your brilliant moderation today. Thank you, Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan. Thank you, Professor, for your contribution, for being with us today on World Halal Summit stage. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mr. Murat Şimşek. Çok teşekkür ederiz Murat Bey, değerli sunumlarınız için, katkılarınız için. Teşekkürler. Thank you. And the final panelist, Mr. Associate Professor Abdurrahman Yazidi. Thank you, Mr. Yazidi, for your contribution. Yes, for the family photo, please, with your plaques. Yeah. Thank you to all our first panel speakers. Thank you. Thank you to all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So distinguished participants, without wasting any time, we are going to start. Yes, there is no break. We are going to start the panel 2, which will be on the question. The question is, does Turkey need a participation finance rating mechanism? So without wasting any time, I'm inviting the panel speakers. The moderator of the panel is Dr. Tariq Akın. Dr. Tariq Akın, please, you can join us on the stage for this panel moderation. Dr. Hilmun Izhar. Dr. Hilmun Izhar is inviting to join us on the stage also. Dr. Hilmun Izhar is from ICDP Group, the Islamic Development Bank Institute. Yes. Dr. Ramazan Yildirim, from Absat Consulting from Bahrain. Dr. Ramazan. Yes, welcome. Thank you. Walaikum salam. And finally, Ms. Esma Karabulut. Okay, Ms. Esma, welcome. Ms. Esma Karabulut is Head of Investment Banking and Investor Relations Department in Turkey, Emlak Katılım Bankası Anonim Şirketi here in the Republic of Turkey. So, welcome again, dear speakers. Mr. Moderator, you can start the panel 2. Thank you.
Başlayalım mı? Are you all ready? Okay, let me get started.
Okay, we are starting the panel 2. Please, dear participants, you can take your seat for the panel. The panel is starting right now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear panelists, dear audience, first of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee of the 7th World Halal Summit for organizing the panel on Does Turkey Need a Participation Finance Rating Mechanism? The topic of the panel is very timely and overlaps with the current works of the Finance Office, which is now working on establishing a new participation finance architecture in Turkey. Before starting the panel, let me give some information about the Participation Finance Department and our current works. Department of Participation Finance was established in February 2021 under Finance Office of the Presidency of Turkey. In short, the Department of Participation Finance as the main coordination and strategy making unit in participation finance in Turkey. One of our current works of the department is to write the participation finance strategy document covering 2021 and 2025. The participation finance ecosystem, by the way, covers participation banks,
capital markets, insurance, and social finance. The participation finance strategy document has 5 main objectives. First, the effect institutional transformation in participation finance ecosystem. Second, to establish the infrastructure and supporting mechanism. Thirdly, to establish a holistic Sharia governance mechanism. Fourthly, to ensure the development of adequate human capital. And finally, to improve perception, awareness, and financial literacy in participation finance. Given the needs and requirements of the new participation finance architecture in Turkey, we think introducing an Islamic or participation finance rating system might be important. The aim of this panel is to explore whether introducing a new participation finance rating mechanism or system in Turkey is necessary, with the thoughts and comments of the 3 esteemed panelists. They will share their thoughts on the different aspects of such a participation finance system, participation finance rating system. In conventional finance, as you know, rating mechanism mainly focuses on credit and default risk of the financial institutions. Hence, the goal of rating is to measure repayment ability of a firm or financial institution. In Islamic finance, on the other hand, the rating covers not only credit or default risk, but also Sharia compliance, Sharia governance, and the transparency of an Islamic financial institution. So, when we talk about Islamic rating, we should be considering 4 main aspects of an Islamic rating mechanism. Firstly, as we can call technical aspect, yani evaluating the financial institution with respect to its financials. Secondly, its Sharia aspect, which means focusing on the Sharia compliance and governance structures, like the recent IOFI standards on fiduciary ratings. The third aspect is screening, whether the firm is Sharia compliant with respect to its some basic balance sheet or earning indicators. There is already screening methods for listed companies in the world, even in the Islamic finance, but we think this could also be important for unlisted companies, especially for the SMEs. And the fourth one is rating and screening of the Islamic products, such as sukuk, looking at the underlying assets of an asset-based sukuk. There is also another aspect which is gaining importance recently, compliance of the institution with respect to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, ESGs, and sustainability in general. Today, we will inshallah talk about these different aspects of participation finance rating mechanism with our esteemed panelists. Dear panelists, welcome to the panel. It's a great honor to host you here in this important panel. As I told you before, we will inshallah in this panel talk about these different aspects of participation finance rating mechanism. Our first panelist is Dr. Hilmun Ishar. Dr. Hilmun, welcome. Currently, Dr. Ishar is a senior economist at Islamic Development Bank Institute at the Islamic Development Bank Group. Dr. Ishar is originally a development economist with over 17 years of experience on Islamic finance, strategy development, capacity building, and stakeholders engagement across Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia. Previously, he was a lecturer at the Markfield Institute of Higher Education, following a fellowship at the Oxford Center of Islamic Studies in United Kingdom. Dr. Hilmun, could you start with explaining what Islamic rating is? I am also wondering whether Islamic rating mechanism is an indispensable and necessary part of Islamic finance, Finally, I am also wondering about its relevance to SDGs. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude and utmost appreciation to the organizer, particularly Ms. Dilek Hanum and the team. I'm sure she and the team have not really been sleeping very well, despite the many demanding requests from the speakers and participants across the globe. So to Dilek Hanum and the team, I cannot be thankful enough for the sacrifice and the patience. And second of all, obviously, it's been an honor to return back to Istanbul, the only city that is stretched over 2 continents, as you all know. And this is my first ever travel for nearly 2 years, so it's good to be back. I'm currently affiliated with the Islamic Development Bank Institute as part of the Islamic Development Bank Group. And obviously this question with respect to whether there is a need for the Islamic rating, it has been lingering for quite some time. And as you all know, for those who have been familiar with the development of Islamic economics and finance across the globe, that we have one of the sort of standard setting bodies, I think based in Bahrain, and the name is International Islamic Rating Agency, and there is another one, ICRA as well, which obviously have the mandate of primarily providing the sort of a rating mechanism and assessment to any financial institutions and non-financial institutions that are trying to be in compliance with the Sharia principles. It can be quite tricky to really answer straightforward, in a very straightforward manner, what is actually Islamic rating. Because let's start with the practice, the best practices. If we look into different, this rating agency, let's call it Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, and then there are 2 quite prominent rating agencies in Malaysia. First is RAM and the other one is Mark. Apart from these 2 Malaysian rating agencies, what they have been sort of emphasizing so far is mainly on the financial capabilities of the clients, whether the client is a sovereign or the client is financial institutions or even, and we have to take into account as well the rich variety of products that are being offered by those institutions, be it corporate and so on and so forth. And the other component that also exists in the landscape of the economy and financial landscape across the globe is the so-called MDB. MDB is, as you know, MDB is, it stands for the Multilateral Development Bank, and obviously Islamic Development Bank is part of it. And when it comes to the rating mechanism, methodology, assessment, and so on and so forth, it is without any doubt, and it goes without saying that to rate those MDBs should be or should require another type of mechanism. Because one of the recent development is that to rate the MDB, it is totally different. Why? Because not only the nature of the, but also the spectrums of the stakeholders, they are pretty much different from the typical commercial banks. So going back to the question, what are we trying to rate exactly? Is it a country? Is it institutions or the products? And if it is product of a country, what are the nature of their modus operandi, so to speak? And as I earlier mentioned, MDB is also having different type of rating mechanism. And before sort of going forward, I should really specifically and clearly mention the disclaimer over here. Please note that whatever I have, I will be saying later on is they are not going to, they don't represent the official standpoint of the organizations I'm affiliated with. And as going back to the MDB, we have the so-called preferred creditor status that has become the sort of one of the sort of fundamental factors that makes us different from another type of beneficiaries when it comes to the rating mechanism. And what I will be sharing in the subsequent seconds and minutes, I don't think it is a secret anymore. There was quite a flagship initiative between the institution or the organization that I'm working for at the moment, ISDB, in collaboration with the Turkish government and Indonesian government. Previously, we were trying to establish the Islamic Infrastructure Development Bank, and there was a sort of ongoing discussion, where do we have to have the headquarters? Is it going to be in Istanbul or in Jakarta? So many different delegates, the Minister of Finance, the previous Minister of Finance, his surname was also Simshan. He came over to the Jeddah, and then our Minister of Finance from Indonesia, I'm from Indonesia originally, he came over and as well, and then they had quite ongoing discussion, and guess what? The same faith with, we've been talking about the halal industry, accreditation, and so on and so forth. Nothing has materialized until today, right? So, but the idea was there. And then it goes back to the question, if ever takes place or materializes, then it will for sure require different rating mechanism. So yes, it all goes back, or it is down to the nature of the institutions, nature of the products, and if you are trying to ask whether there is a need to relate with the SDG, what are we trying to analyze exactly? And there is another component that can be incorporated as well, i.e. the end impact. Why does it really matter? Let's give the illustration. Sukuk in the market have been treated as a debt instruments. Yes, you can tell the audience, you see, I mean, we preach one thing, but we practice another thing, right? Sukuk, irrespective of is it based on mudarabah, musyarakah, but the end outcome and how it is treated in the market is, it is based on the debt instruments. It's not so much equity. And I don't want to go back into the asset base, the distinction between asset base and asset backed and so on and so forth, but essentially the end outcome of the product is a debt. It creates receivables or debt. Therefore, it cannot be treated as equity as such. So now, in respect to this, again, going back to the Islamic rating, if the institutions is so-called Islamic, but then the product being offered does not necessarily reflect the principles that you are trying to do, then I don't think there is quite relevance or connection between what you are and what you are offering. So we have to be very, very a bit careful when it comes to, defining the Islamic rating and to which beneficiary we are going to do this. I think I can stop here, and then we can continue later. Thank you.
Dear Dr. Hilmun, thank you very much. You approached the idea of rating from a very different angle by also including the MDBs. And it brings the question of why we need Islamic rating from the scope of perspective of MDBs. And your one comment is very, very important. What an institution is offering and what exactly it has really makes the difference. And I think this gap can be filled with the rating. But as you said, the rating mechanism up to now is mostly focused on financial aspect of the institutions. But that is what you have been saying also confirms why also we need a Sharia aspect of rating. So this is really, really important, I think. Thank you very much for your comments and sharing your thoughts. So now I will inshallah move to our second panelist, Dr. Ramazan Yıldırım. Dr. Ramazan, welcome. He was also my fellow from INSAIF. We were together in Malaysia, and after many years, alhamdulillah, thanks to this event, now we are again came together. Dr. Ramazan Yıldırım is the managing director of Upside Consulting, located in the Kingdom of Bahrain. He has gained entrepreneurial and consulting experiences. Born and raised in Germany, he received his BBA in Information Systems and his MBA in International Management and Marketing from Pforzheim Business School, Germany. He obtained his PhD in Islamic Finance from the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I just want to add that he's a real Sharia screening expert in the field. In addition to his consulting works, he also has recently published an international book titled Capital Structure and Sharia Compliance of Non-Financial Firms. Dear Dr. Ramazan, so let me move to my question to you. The current Islamic rating systems are mainly focusing on Islamic financial institutions. But why not using the rating system for the real sector, especially for the SMEs? Why such a system is needed in Islamic finance? If you say it is possible, how we can do it? You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to everybody. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulullah wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in. So, distinguished moderator, distinguished brothers and sisters and guests, welcome and to listening to me, and thank you very much for being here, and thank you for the organizer to inviting me, especially to Turkey, which is my originally home country, right? So I was born and raised up in Germany, but my parents are from Turkey, and I do speak the Turkish language. However, I decided to speak in English because that's what I speak better than Turkish. Thank you. So, Dr. Tarek, you asked actually multiple questions, and in order to answer them, I have to go a little bit back into what is rating in general and how it has developed into a screening. So when we look at the rating or rating agencies, so we see that they are an intermediator between other stakeholders. So if minimum two parties want to interact, they are in between to provide some insights about each party so they can interact. And the focus was, originally, they started with the financial institutions to focusing on their credit worthiness. So to see whether the bank A and bank B, etc., whether the credit worthiness is worthy to borrow some money, etc. These ratings, however, has been extended also to non-financial firms. So for example, publicly listed companies are also rated in terms of their credit worthiness. So the methodology they are using has been pretty much extended in the industry. When Islamic finance came into existence, obviously the same rating mechanism has been inherited into the Islamic financial ratings, providing ratings to the Islamic financial institutions, however, with the extended scope of Sharia compliance and Sharia governance. So, but overall, the concept is that they are focusing on the credit worthiness of the organizations. So, what is common between the credit ratings institutions like Moody, S&P, or IIRA from Bahrain, etc., is their own proprietary screening methodology. So how did everything start? How did things come up into existence in terms of Sharia screening? So we need to go back to 1970 when the oil price hike was up and excessive wealth was collected. All the awareness about investment and increased. So people wanted to invest their money, but they did not know where to go. So everything started by the local consultation with their imams and going and requesting for, is this company and this company halal for me to invest? And this is the way how everything started. And when you listen to one of the interviews with Sheikh Nizam Yaqubi, so he clearly explains, he says, we got so many requests. In the beginning, we did actually manually analyze the companies in terms of their Sharia compliance. And obviously, they could not accommodate all the requests. So they decided, okay, we need to standardize something and come up to and convert and transform from an individual screening into an industrialized screening. And that's basically where the birth of screening, Sharia screening, started. So when we go back in 1996, I think the first Islamic index was established by RHB in Malaysia, and then followed by Dow Jones in 1999, and now you can even see S&P and FTSE. They all have their proprietary Sharia screening methodologies applied to their own index, and this is how the Sharia screening has basically been introduced. So speaking of, each of these stakeholders, each of these index providers, they have their own proprietary Sharia screening methodologies. And when you're looking even into academia, there's a dispute, the way how the Sharia screening, the different variety of approaches has been applied. And when we go into the Sharia screening itself, one famous fatwas given by Sheikh Nizam Yaqubi was basically to have a Sharia screening looking at two dimensions. The one is the qualitative aspect, looking at basically the halal industries that are covered. So if the company is screened halal in the qualitative screening and passes that, it goes over into the second phase, which is the quantitative screening, where predetermined ratios has been applied. And if one of those ratios, companies' financials do not qualify or do not pass, these companies are deemed Sharia non-compliant, hence investment is not halal. So, and what happened is basically there was a methodologically inconsistency, because when you look at the Sharia screening methodologies, all of them, so there are similarities, but that there are also controversies in terms of their definition. So let me phrase it in this way. When we look at the qualitative aspect, whether certain industries are halal or haram, in there, most of those index providers are pretty much in common. They do have an understanding. Pork is haram, gambling is haram, and these companies do disqualify. When we come to the second aspect, which is the quantitative aspect, you can clearly see some of those ratios differ. And the difference makes also a difference. And the difference is, according to one index provider, a company is all of a sudden Sharia compliant. At the same time, in the other index, the company is deemed Sharia non-compliant. So you're saying, why? Why is that? Why can't we have something that is so-called, standardize them? And what's the dispute? And how did you derive actually certain ratios? And I can get into that a little bit later. So why am I mentioning all of these? So obviously now in Turkey, what is the status in Turkey? In Turkey, we have a problem. And the problem is the acknowledgement actually that the SMEs in Turkey, and not only in Turkey, it's actually all over the world, the SMEs are the backbone of any economy. Right? Approximately, let's say 80% of all the organizations are made of SMEs. And knowing this fact, the SMEs do have a critical challenge, the challenge of getting funds to finance their assets. And as we know, when you look at the balance sheet, you have on the left side the total assets, and on the right side you have the debt and the equity financing. There are two ways of financing the asset. So for the SMEs, both of the funds, basically debt and equity, are highly challenged. And what has led, especially in Turkey, is the high indebtedness of the SMEs led to three fundamental issues. And those issues are, so these SMEs are involved in less innovative, risk-taking initiatives. So they did not have money. They don't have any further money to go to the next step and to do certain innovative projects, etc. The second issue that the SMEs face here in Turkey is they do not have anything collateral to show to the bank to obtain any further funds. And the third aspect is, from the bank's perspective, the banks became reluctant. They are not interested in SMEs because of lack of collaterals, and that all made the SMEs very challenging due to the high cost of debt because of the interest. So, and now the government of Turkey, they have decided to have a project, and this project is the Istanbul International Financial Center. And this IIFC plays, or is going to play, a vital role in the region, and even globally. When we look at this project, it is made of two pillars. The first pillar is focusing only on fintech, and the second pillar only on Islamic finance, and that is the key here. Since the government has supported and focused and gave the green light basically to focus on Islamic finance through IIFC, I believe that IIFC plays now a big role, a very interesting and significant role, and that IIFC should support Islamic finance going back into the principles of Islamic finance, and that is what? Equity financing. And I want to highlight that. It is based on risk-sharing principles and not risk transfer principles, which are debt-based. No matter whether it is Islamic debt, you want to call it Islamic debt or not. We have seen how far Islamic finance have actually really contributed, and it is sadly to say Islamic finance and Islamic banks actually, particularly, have nothing but caused indebtedness. So we can clearly see that. So we need to focus and go back into risk-sharing transactions, which is equity-based. And this is an opportunity for IIFC to have introduced something authentic, something unique approach can be done now within the IIFC. So in order for IIFC to become a full-fledged Islamic finance ecosystem, to become actually a local and a global Islamic financial hub, all stakeholders must exist, including a PFR. What is a PFR? The Participation Finance Rating. It is required in the ecosystem. It is now important that we have an Islamic financial rating, or call it Participation Finance Rating, who will, as I mentioned in the beginning, act as an intermediator between the different stakeholders and focus on, especially on the SMEs. We don't have to focus mainly on the publicly listed companies because they are already run under global Sharia screening methodologies without even their own knowledge. The only country where companies can actively actually apply, hey, am I Sharia compliant? It's in Malaysia. There is a process where companies can go and apply for that. But in the US, for instance, right, Facebook, Apple, they do not go to Dow Jones and say, hey, am I Sharia compliant? They probably never heard of Sharia compliance screening at all. So it happens in the background as soon as they are publicly listed. However, going back to the SMEs, how do we support the SMEs? How do we support even the other stakeholders? For example, Islamic banks, who would like to give maybe, participate and support the SMEs in form of funds, not necessarily debt financing. I'm talking here more about equity financing in the form of mudaraba and musharaka, and even the previous panelists, they have highlighted the importance of having these equity-based financial instruments, whereby the current Islamic financial institutions focuses, or as Kabir Hassan mentioned, it's all mudaraba-based, tawarruk, and made of 70 or 80% of their revenue. So unfortunately, this is something that that the PFR within Istanbul Islamic Financial Center has the opportunity to come up with to implement a PFR where the PFR can scan the SMEs in Turkey, they get pretty much same like a halal stamp, consider it like that, considering not only the halal supply chain or the halal industry as the theme of this whole halal summit is, but also focusing on other aspects. And I'm talking about the current Sharia screening methodologies that are applied is also applicable to the SMEs. However, what I suggest is we should do it better. And what do I mean by that? As I mentioned, those current Sharia screening methodologies focus on two areas. One is the qualitative screening, where the industry is screened. The second one is the quantitative screening. And we would like to extend this also to a third level, where we say, okay, what about the maqasid al-Sharia? How does the SMEs contribute to the community and to the social welfare, where SDGs, where ESGs, where the objectives from UN SDGs are UPON. There is actually a common pressure, right? Globally, a pressure done coming from the UN that companies should contribute less and less to the carbon footprint and pollution, etc. So there is a need, first of all, to work on the current Sharia screening methodologies on all three aspects: quantitative, qualitative, and then the maqasid al-Sharia should be added on it. And I think this will give the opportunity to IIFC and to Turkey to attract investors. And this is the key here, because there are international investors globally, whether Malaysia, Africa, Germany, US, it doesn't matter, name it, and they see the potential in Turkey. They see the potential in Turkey. Turkey has the potential for investments, and these individuals or even institutions, they would like to invest in Turkey. However, they are also aware, they have an awareness, they're anxious. So where do I put our money? Where do I put my money in? Are these companies, because SMEs are not transparent, right? Publicly listed companies are by default transparent. They have been scrutinized by the financial analysts, etc. But the SMEs are not. So somebody has to do that. Somebody has to provide the Sharia compliance level of these SMEs. And I personally believe that Turkey, with the PFR or Islamic financial rating, has the opportunity with the governance of the IIFC to accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Dear Dr. Ramazan, thank you for an enlightening talk. Before, I have several comments. I would like to share it with you, but before, let me add something. Dr. Hilmun mentioned about a very important institution in Malaysia, RAM ratings. Many people don't know about RAM ratings in Turkey, but it is said the development of Bursa Malaysia, the Malaysian stock exchange market, is the RAM ratings has an important effect on that. And they say, many experts say that thanks to RAM ratings, now SMEs have a very high weight with respect to their existence in Bursa Malaysia. So rating has an effect of the SMEs access to finance. You talked about SMEs and the need for implementing or applying Sharia screening for the SMEs. But related to this summit, SMEs means halal economy. As we know, most of the halal economy is based on SMEs in Islamic world. So, and we also know that SMEs have problems in accessing finance. This indirectly means that halal economy has some problems in accessing to finance. So why not combining halal economy with halal finance? And I think the rating mechanism, the Sharia screening mechanism, can be such a missing link to make a linkage or establish a linkage between halal economy and halal finance, Islamic finance. So this is really important. Also, with regards to the Istanbul Finance Center project, yes, Islamic finance, participation finance is one of its two pillars, but the finance needs an area to use its funds, and the halal economy can be such a good opportunity for the participation finance in Turkey within Istanbul Islamic International Financial Center project. Thank you once again. Let me move to our third esteemed panelists. Esma Hanım, hoş geldiniz. Welcome, sorry. Ms. Esma Karabulut is the head of the investment banking and investor relations at Türkiye Emlak Katılım Bankası. She started her professional career in Kuwait Türk in 2011 and has been working at the Türkiye Emlak Katılım Bankası since 2019. She got her bachelor's degree from the Department of Capital Markets in Marmara University in 2011 and master's degree in MBA from Istanbul Bilgi University in 2014. I also personally know Esma Hanım, and I can say that she is an expert in Islamic capital markets. She is responsible for originating and structuring domestic and international sukuk, syndication, and any other Islamic capital market instruments. Coming to the question for Esma Hanım, I'd like to ask, up to now, we focused on rating of the Islamic financial institutions and firms. But why to use rating for Islamic products? Let's move to the product space now, instead of the institutions, firms. Why rating sukuk? Do we really need to rate, implement rating on sukuk? And what would be the potential benefits of implementing sukuk? As far as I know, you have a presentation. Please, the row is yours.
It's not working, I think. Okay. Firstly, Assalamu alaikum to everyone. First of all, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak about this important topic. First of all, let me give you some brief regarding sukuk market in Turkey, and then I mentioned some problems that we face in the market, and then I try to explain why Islamic rating mechanism is important for sukuk market in Turkey. When I look at Turkey's sukuk market historically, actually Capital Markets Board of Turkey, I mean CMB, released the first sukuk communique, which includes the principles and also framework of asset-backed sukuk structure, I mean ijara sukuk structure. And the first sukuk transaction was carried out in Participation Bank. It was $100 million with a maturity of 3 years. And then some tax incentives and exemptions were provided to the market in order to deepen and boost the sukuk market. And in 2013, a comprehensive sukuk communique was introduced to the market, and it includes new sukuk structures, asset-based sukuk structures, such as musharaka, murabaha, wakala, istisna, in addition to asset-backed sukuk. And in 2016, tax advantages are provided for all sukuk types. This regulation is very important for corporates. Why? Because after the amendment, some corporates from different sectors, such as energy, agriculture, real estate, etc., start to issue corporate sukuk. Why? Because of accessing Islamic funds in Turkey. And As you know, the weight of sukuk has been increasing as an important fundraising tool in Islamic capital markets all over the world. And when you look at this graph, the total amount of global Islamic finance asset is around $3.4 trillion, and 19% belongs to sukuk transactions. And sukuk has been growing day by day. It is getting bigger than before. When we go back to Turkish market, Turkish sukuk market, actually the sukuk market in Turkey has been growing remarkably thanks to legal incentives and tax incentives, some regulations, and also the growth of Islamic funds in Turkey. Also new players such as public participation banks, Emlak Katılım, Ziraat Katılım, and Vakıf Katılım came to the market to boost the sukuk market. And as you can see in the graph, last year the sukuk transactions increased by 87%.